coming from, and you have any expectation for today?
My name is Edwin Hara from Zuzu University. So since I've just joined, you said the expectation. Quickly, I would wish to have more to do with the structure and institutional arrangements, which is a second, which comes second section. So I'm looking towards that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We are introducing ourselves and expectations, so please have the mic and you're on camera. Even if you run away, you're on camera.
Okay, good morning everybody. My name is Mag Muntali from Wapatam, and I'm a research fellow. So I think my expectation from this conference is that I would like, as Malawi, to understand how we can get technical assistance from the Santiago network on loss and damage. And we would also want to learn how other countries are actually addressing the issues of loss and damage. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Rapporteurs, are you ready?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Twapasha Twea from Concern Worldwide. My expectation is to come up with clear and actionable recommendations on how African countries can access funding for loss and damage, but also to learn from the countries here on how they're dealing with some of the issues concerning climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir.
Yeah, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. James Love here from Welt Hungerhilfe. I think very similar to my colleague from Concern, actionable insights into accessing loss and damage, practical examples, and what can we do to build capacity of different implementing partners. Thanks.
Thank you so much, James. You don't know what the question is? Can I ask you the question? Please introduce yourself and what is your expectation today? I know you spoke yesterday, but you can still speak.
Thanks. My name is Victor Muo, working with EGO's Relief and Development Program. Expectation, probably I will echo one of what the director for DODMA, the commissioner, said, was maybe out of this gathering we have clear commitments which we can translate at country level, so actionable steps that we can review later on and see what progress we're making at country level.
Thank you so much. We need a results management framework for this one. Thank you. Your turn.
Hi everyone. Good morning and thank you for having me here. My name is Nell Ganguly. I'm a visiting researcher at Malawi Wellcome Trust. I study climate and health, but I look at transactional sex and how that's changing in Malawi due to climate disasters. My takeaway from yesterday was we heard very brave, daring goals, and I'm looking forward to learning more about the processes today, where we go for those long-term goals, but we also safeguard our short-term goals. And what are the leverage points? How can we bridge the gap between North and South? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Welcome. James, your turn.
Morning. My name is James Chirombo. I work at the Malawi River Program Research Program in Blantyre. My expectation, not just for today or yesterday, but for over the entire 3 days, for me, I would like to learn, to understand the landscape in Malawi, to learn who is doing what in terms of loss and damage, so that possibly we can forge working collaborations with my institute going forward. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, and we're looking forward to the attribution study that you've done. I see men in suits and ties. Government table.
Good morning. Julius, are you listening?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, good morning. I am Clement Boyce from the Department of Climate Change and Meteorological Services. From yesterday, the new thing that I came across was about the BIM. So I expect that as Malawi, we're going to explore that route and get more of the funding. But also the other thing that struck was the presentation in which climate funds from government or funding from government is addressed towards issues of climate damages, which could have assisted in other sectors. That one, I think we need to see how best we can reduce the amount that is going to this, because I think there will be resilience that will be developed, and then the amount that is going to address those issues will be forwarded to other sectors of development. Today, I expect that we're going to build on yesterday's interaction to have the issues of equitable access to the finances addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. And you were speaking to Martha, I know. Yes.
Good morning. I'm Fred Smaka from Ministry of Gender. From yesterday, what I picked as maybe take home, one of them is that as least developed countries, we are paying for sins we have not committed. And I feel that maybe in the just transition, we should be also given space to pollute a little bit so that we can also develop a little before we completely leave the issues of fossil fuel. Thank you.
All right. So we should be given leeway to pollute. All right. Don't make a speech, Tarcísio.
No, I'm not making a speech. Good morning, everyone. I'm Tarcísio Galaundi, working with Troca. I'm also a junior climate finance negotiator, coming from a background that there is enough money in the world. So my expectation here is just to leverage on climate finance African movements, trying to pull resources together to address loss and damage, and of course the technical capacity that is there to support countries to build resilience around the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Please don't make a speech.
Good morning. I'm Patrick Likongwe, working with Leadership for Environment and Development. Thank you.
Do you have any expectation?
I shouldn't make a speech.
Say it.
Yeah, okay. So thanks. Expectation, I think, will be building up on the talk that we had yesterday. I think Martha did well in presenting a picture on the climate finance, and I think what Charles also indicated in terms of the figures that are going towards loss and damage, when you compare with other sectors or other areas, we are still underfunded. So I don't know if it is a question of systems, but I think something is not right. So maybe this will be the meeting to see how best we can hit the ground running. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I see most of you spoke yesterday, so I'm not going to give you a chance to speak. Martha, we heard your voices yesterday. Charles, we heard your voices. we had all the voices from you as a moderator, or do you have anything very specific you want to share? No, sir? All right, so colleagues, I just wanted us to start with everyone speaking. If you haven't spoken, just raise your hand. Okay. We want everyone today to start with a voice, so that we end with voices while the rapporteur is putting something on the screen.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Felista Nedi from Jesuit Center for Ecology and Development. My expectation today is on loss and damage, especially focusing on agriculture and food security. I would like to learn more about the strategies that we can put in place, especially in the communities, to help our farmers to adapt to the effects of loss and damage. I would also like to extend an invitation to all of you. We have a pavilion outside showcasing some of the strategies that we are doing in Kasungu with our farmers. So you're welcome to appreciate what we have outside. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you Kenyan, Jamaican, Malawian, or African? Okay. Can you just say who you are? Pass it to the next, pass it to the next. In any language.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Esther Mbewe. I am a child activist. So my expectation today regarding loss and damage, I would like to hear more on the strategies or maybe ways on how we can work together as Africa to come up with ways to safeguard the lives of children when it comes to climate-induced disasters affecting us as the future leaders of tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Why are you clapping? Why are you clapping? That's very insightful, right? So let's clap hands for this. Again. Yes.
Hello everyone, my name is Desire, and my expectations today is that to make sure that children in Africa, in Malawi, are fully represented, and their voices should. We want to see the actions that children must be helped really faster and quick, because there's many children that are suffering in our various areas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Hortensia, a child activist from Save the Children. My expectations today is to discover the impacts of loss and damage on children, especially on girl child, and on education too. The effects which are coming up that are disrupting the lives of children, starting from basic until on the top. Thank you.
Thank you. When the elders speak, we don't clap, but when the children speak, we do clap. I don't know, I'm very confused. Felana, you want to say something? We didn't hear from Madagascar.
Good morning, everyone. I am the Focal Point Senior Project Manager from CARE in Madagascar. And thank you for giving this opportunity to be part of this workshop. My expectation is that to learn first the experience from the other countries regarding the loss and damage, capacity building for the actors, and the process to put in place the mechanism of loss and damage, and how to collaborate together with your African countries. As you know, we are French countries, and collaboration with English countries is very difficult for us. So we want to take this opportunity to see how to collaborate together. Thank you.
Thank you. as from Madagascar, I don't think I'm missing anyone. I just want to call upon the rapporteur to go in front and BIM. We start our session. Who has not spoken? Okay. Can you please put up something on the screen?
My name is Piana Mshane Bonongwe from World Vision. I think I'll concur with what that young girl has said. Being a child-focused organization, we are also looking at how children are affected when it comes to disasters and how can they be integrated in these loss and damage funds. How do we support them? And also we shouldn't leave the boy child out because they are also affected when it comes to this. Thank you so much and off.
Thank you so much. And the last person to speak, someone who was volunteering.
All right, my name is Spencer Ngoma. I work for World Resources Institute based here in Malawi. I think my take from yesterday's work is that we have as many opportunities to access loss and damage funds as we have the challenges to do so. So today we'll be looking at the technical support. I think that we'll be realigning that technical support to ensure that we simplify probably or recommend some processes that could simplify the processes that we can get into to access loss and damage funds. Thank you.
Thank you. So can I ask the rapporteur to put something on the screen? The rapporteur seems very surprised. We discussed this. And while the rapporteur is putting something on the screen, I want someone who is very brave enough to explain to us what a BIM is. So someone will have to explain what a BIM is. I think we've heard a BIM yesterday so many times, but we don't really know whether this BIM is understood or we're just speaking jargons in this conference. So I will request someone to say something about the BIM. So I don't know who that is. I will just point at someone to just say what it is. Over to you, rapporteurs.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished guests, I recognize you. So this morning, we just want to do a brief recap of what happened yesterday and also just to hear from other people that were not here yesterday. What stood out for you? What are the key messages or call to action that you want us to take forward to the negotiators or governments or any other platform that we have been mentioning, such as the Santiago Network on Loss and Damage? So we'll beam the questions. On your tables, you should have a paper with a QR code. That paper you can scan it with your phone and it should be able to take you to the questions so that you are able to respond to the questions that we have. So I'll just ask the media team to just beam the questions that we have. So as you're responding, you'll also be able to see what other people are responding. And since there is a limitation to how many people can respond using the QR code, you are also free to take a paper and a pen and write what stood out for you in yesterday's sessions, from the opening session up to the last session where we had the panel discussion, and also what are the key messages. So the first question is the one that we have. You can put it in presentation. So you can scan the QR code. You can scan it there or the one that is on your desk. If you're not able to, you can just write on paper. So the first question is, what stood out for you most from day one of the African Regional Conference on Loss and Damage? So I'll give you an opportunity to just put your answers. Like I said, if you're not able to, you can just write it on paper and we'll just circulate and collect your responses that you have written down. Yeah, as you can see, some people have already started responding. So as you're responding, we will be able to see what you are writing on the screen. I think for those of us that were here yesterday, we had a number of sessions and a lot was coming out of the conversations. I think one thing that was really striking for me was to see how Malawi needs about 2 billion, more than 2 billion to recover from loss and damage. But yet globally there's only been 1 billion that has been mobilized. So that's like something that is not matching. So you can say as much as you can in terms of what stood out for you yesterday. For those online, you can also be able to just, if they can provide the QR code in the chat box, you can also share your thoughts on what stood out for you. I can only see 2. We're still writing, right? I think it's because of the network. I can see it says your connection seems to be unstable. So we'll connect to a better network just in a minute. Okay, sorry about that. It was an issue of network, but we have a few responses. And for those that want to scan the QR code, if you're done on your table with the QR code, you can share it with the next table if they don't have it. So some people are saying there's a lot of talk on funding for loss and damage, but very little resources allocated. Importance of community development funds. There's need to scale up funding, and a lot more of other responses. So we have about 15 responses out of 25. So we still need 10 more on this platform. But like I said, you can also just write down your thoughts on what stood out for you. And we'll collect the paper from where you are. Okay, so we'll move on to the next question. And the next question is, what are the key messages or call to action you want to be taken forward to either African negotiators, governments, the funding for responding to loss and damage boards, the Santiago Network on Loss and Damage, and any other important people or platforms or institutions that you want us to send the message to as far as loss and damage is concerned, or even as regards to the theme that we are looking at, that is advancing sustainable, equitable and just financing and technical support for loss and damage in Africa. So you can start sending in your responses for the second question. And I'll repeat this. If you are not able to scan, just put it on paper and we'll be able to collect it from you. So I've started getting some responses. I think all of you can be able to see that. The first one says climate change now or never. Reparation is not optional in loss and damage financing. Grants, not loans. So let's bring them up. The key messages or call to action that we have to take forward. The other one says loss and damage funds to model in a way that is easy and simple for countries and communities to access as grants. I think even from yesterday, there's and other loss and damage platforms where this issue is talked about, there's always been an emphasis on grants and not loans. So that's an issue that we have to take forward. I think simplifying access, and that is also the issue that came out yesterday as we're doing panel discussions and other conversations that we had yesterday. And yes, there was also last mile delivery talks yesterday. And there's also one point that says funding must reach the most affected areas and countries. All right, so thank you so much for sending in your responses. If you have been able to on paper, just probably raise your hand and somebody will come and get the paper from you. So now in brief, I just want to take you through what happened yesterday. I hope the media can put up the presentation for the recap. Okay, so while we wait for the presentation to be put up, I'll just probably take you through some of the points that we have. So yesterday was our first day for the 5th African Regional Conference on Loss and Damage, and we were honored to have the Honorable Minister of Natural Resources here in Malawi to open the conference, to officially open the conference. And one thing that she had set out for us was the to initiate concrete and action-oriented outcomes on loss and damage in Africa. And then we had a number of, we had 2 people that gave opening remarks. There was Mr. Charles Mwangi, the head of programs from PACGER, and Mr. Gift Numeri, the board chair for CISONEC. We also had remarks from UNDP, Concern Worldwide, Scottish Government, and DODMA, who together issued, in every statement, they issued commitments and calls to action that were directed to government, civil societies, and even the private sector. We also had solidarity remarks that reaffirmed that loss and damage is a lived reality and not an abstract concept. And we had a keynote address from Martha. I think for me this was like sharing her truth that came out. More to do with what Africa is trading off, or what African governments are trading off as they are redirecting funds to deal with climate action, which would have been used for human development. And she called for a full accounting of the historical harms and for those responsible to pay. I think one thing that she continually said was how we should anchor the polluters pay principle at the heart of loss and damage discourse. And we had a number of presentations as well. One was reviewing the outcomes of the African Climate Summit, the second African Climate Summit that was held in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. And then also on outcomes on COP30 and the outlining of COP31 priorities. This was done by Philip Kilonzo from PACGER. And the central challenge that he highlighted or was identified, especially on the African Climate Summit, second African Climate Summit, was how we have to move from, because there was a declaration that was released after the Climate Summit, and there was a challenge identified that said we have to move away from just declaring that this is what happened at the African Climate Summit and this is what we are declaring as Africans, but we have to ensure that there is implementation of whatever was discussed, whatever action was put forward. And we also had two high-level panel discussions. One was financing pathways for loss and damage, which also featured a presentation from Concern Worldwide presented by Paul Carr, the programs director. That was on operationalizing L&D finance through the Zurich Climate Resilience Alliance Community Disaster Fund. which from his presentation, it seems it has proven to be the right-based model for last mile delivery. And lastly, we had the discussion on country experiences, and Malawi was giving their experience in terms of readiness to accessing the BIM or loss and damage financing mechanisms. So the presentation was more on how the Barbados implementation modality can deliver for Malawi and other African countries. So in summary, that is what happened yesterday, and we look forward to having more meaningful and impactful conversations today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Glory, for the summary. Yeah, that's all right. So we heard what transpired yesterday. Was just top line. There's so much that was also synthesized, and we're going to be giving another summary tomorrow, and we'll also be sharing a comprehensive report for this discussion. But I wanted to highlight two things. First, in this conference, we, as said yesterday, we are trying as much as possible to feed into two main processes. The first one is the fund for responding to loss and damage. And with that, there's a very simple animal called BIM, which we've been talking about since yesterday. And I said I'm going to ask someone to say what a BIM is, because we are so many here, but I'm not. Can I see by show of hands those who know what a BIM is? Just raise your hand. Please raise your hand if you know what a BIM is. I just want to see how many knows a BIM and understands. Can you just, if you have heard anything about the BIM, raise your hand. BIM. This table 2, that table 1, 1, nothing, 2, 1, nothing on this table. Are you sure? 3. Even the rapporteurs don't know what a BIM is. The children do not know. 2 people, 1 person, 1 person, 1 is drinking. Are you raising a hand or you're drinking it? 1 person. Oh my God, I think yesterday we just spoke to ourselves. So should we restart the session that we did yesterday? Thank you. How many of us knows what a Santiago network or loss and damage is? By a show of hands, just raise your hand. Oh, this table, all of you know, except Martha. Martha, you don't know what a Santiago network is. Oh my God, I think we need to restart the conference. Can you raise your hand if you know what a Santiago network is? Okay, if you know, if you heard something about the Santiago network, even Chirambo doesn't know. Oh, you know? Raise your hand if you know what Santiago is. Oh my God, including the rapporteurs, they don't know. So what are we writing? What are we discussing? What are we hearing? All right, so colleagues, I think in a few minutes I will just say what a BIM is in simple language, but I would also want you to take your gadgets, just Google what BIM is. Barbados implementation modality. It will come. So as you all know that under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, there is a third there's a third financial mechanism or implementing entity for the financial mechanism of the UNFCCC called the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage, which was actually operationalized 3 years ago. And at the moment, I hope I'm also talking to someone when I say UNFCCC. United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. There are now 3 standalone funding mechanisms or standalone funds that are being operated under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. The first one is the GCF, the Green Climate Fund. The second one is the GEF. So GEF has so many other funds under it. The GEF is a global environmental facility. So it has so many other funds under it. So you have the Adaptation Fund, the Least Developed Countries Fund, the Special Climate Change Fund, and many others who are operating under the GEF. The third one is the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage, which was actually operationalized a few years ago. But this one, the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage, is the one that has brought us here. Is the one that at the moment is not fully functional. Is the fund that is still not getting the resources to the communities for them to actually be supported in terms of loss and damages, and is the one that the board for the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage is trying to operationalize and make sure that the little resources that have been mobilized in there can now reach the communities, like the children we have here and everyone else. So just last year, and at board meeting number 7, the board decided to say we are going to start operationalizing this fund for responding to loss and damage so that communities can access the resources. So yesterday we heard that under the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage, we only have 788 million, which was pledged by developed countries, and this fund are still staying up there. They're just staying idle in the fund because no one is there to access it. But out of the 788, we only have half of the resources that have been committed by the developed countries. So half, how much would that be? Could be 400, right? About 400, 500 something, right? So that's the money that we have in the fund, but is not able to get to the countries for communities to access. These roads that have been destroyed, we talked about non-economic losses and damages, are yet to be supported because that fund is still remaining idle. There are no mechanisms to make that fund to go down. So the board meeting number 7 of the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage agreed that while they are still setting up this fund, they can start to disperse some of the funding that is there. So the 500 that we're talking about, they said, okay, let's start distributing it to the countries. But we are going to do a startup phase for distribution of these resources to the countries and the communities. So the startup phase for the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage is now called the Barbados Implementation Modality. Does that make sense now? So it's just a startup phase where now 250 million of the 500 that I've talked about was now set aside to say this money between 2025 and 2026 we are now going to be giving it to countries. So countries were requested to now start preparing proposals to request this fund so that they can now start rehabilitating the roads. They can start to now to go into the agriculture sector, manage whatever losses and damages are there, and so on and so forth. So this is why we had the representative of our government yesterday to talk about the BEAM, because they are in the process of developing that request. So the countries can only access resources up to 20 million of the 250 million. Does that confuse everyone? So there's 250 million that has been committed in the startup phase, but a country can request up to 20 million US dollars to go to that country to manage whatever they want to prioritize. So each country is going to be prioritizing their own issues. So 50% of the money, which is 250, is supposed to go to seeds and LDCs. Seeds are small island and development states, and LDCs are least developed countries. So which means we are still dividing the 250 million in two half. So the other half is going to LDCs and seeds. The other half can be, if Kenya is a developing country, they will still get some resources. They will compete for the rest of the 50%. Are we now together? Are we now together? Yes. How many now knows about the BEAM? So the BEAM is just a short form for Barbados Implementation Modality. All right, so I think that's what I wanted to just to demystify, because I think we were talking jargons yesterday, and maybe most of the people did not follow what the BEAM is. So Barbados is the name of a city where the decision was made. So it's nothing. It's like after we've had our resolution here, by tomorrow we are going to name Lilongwe Declaration on Loss and Damage, right? So we're just following up the city. So Barbados is a city where a decision was made so that this startup phase can be operationalized. I think we will stop there, and so I give the floor to the moderator for today, who is Mr. Lee Ngirazi from Christian Aid. Can we clap hands for the young man? Thank you.
Am I young? I don't know. Good morning, team. So, building on what Julius said, it's now linking to the session I'll be moderating. I'll also be talking about BEAM and Santiago Network. So, one of the crucial expectations under Santiago Network is the issue to do with the resources as well as technical assistance to the developing countries vulnerable to loss and damage. So along those lines, we are now going to a session where we'll be looking at data evidence and also assessment for impact in order to finance the losses and damages that we are going to. So we'll start with the three presentations back to back. So may I invite the one managing the presentations to beam the first presentation, which will be handled by our first presenter is James Chirombo.
All right, I'm going to speak on the topic preliminary evidence on implications of loss and damage to the health sector. So it's quite a mouthful. My name is James Chirombo. I work for the Malawi River Outcome Research Program in Blantyre. I took the liberty of crafting a subtitle to the talk titled Quantifying Climate Attributable Vector-Borne Disease Burden in Malawi, Evidence for Loss and Damage. I did this because, we are in the theme for, or session for evidence and data. So I thought I should talk about some study that we are doing at my workplace, which we think can provide the kind of evidence that we need to make us competitive as we write our proposals to access funds for loss and damage claims. Just a word about Malawi River Outcome Program, MROW for short. We are a health research institute, so all the work that we do is health related. We are organized into 6 thematic areas. There is a theme on vector biology, population health, maternal, neonatal and child health, social sciences, clinical and experimental medicine, and population health. And most of the work that we do in climate and health falls under the population health theme. And that's where I am working alongside my colleague Patrick, who is going to talk to you later this afternoon. Okay, so I've only 15 minutes, I'll be quick. So I'm going to talk, I'm going to speak from the angle of health impacts attribution as a way of gathering evidence to support loss and damage frameworks. Health impacts attribution is a relatively new term, and it is at the intersection of climate science and public health. And it looks at the extent to which anthropogenic climate change is driving health impacts in the health sector in this case. And it uses tools, attribution and detection tools. And already we have got these 2 terms which might be new as well. So I'll follow Julius just to also define what attribution and detection are all about, because they form the backbone of health impacts attribution. So when you talk about detection, we are simply trying to show that a health outcome has changed beyond natural variability, okay? And that for us to determine that, we typically use long-term data, both health data and climate data, to show that a health outcome has deviated from the mean conditions. And in attribution, we go a step further to understand the impact of anthropogenic climate change by looking at the health outcome in a normal setting versus the counterfactual. So that's what we do. We want to see, for any health outcome, what are we observing now, and how much different would there be if there was no human driven climate change. So that's what attribution is all about. And why are these 2 concepts important in this case? Well, we think, and I think everyone agrees, that they provide evidence for loss and damage. Yesterday there was a lot of talk about loss and damage. In the afternoon sessions we talked about maybe lack of data. So what we can achieve in health impact attribution is to generate that evidence that we need to show that a health outcome or our health systems are being impacted by climate change. Instead of just talking about associations, we would like to attach numbers that can easily convince governments and policymakers, or even help us as we do our negotiations at the global level. And digging a bit further to support why we are doing health impacts attribution, we know for those of us in the room that work in the health sector, in health research, we know that there is a lot of evidence which shows that climate change is responsible for shifting epidemics. Our friends from Kenya, there's a lot of talk about highland malaria, where maybe decades ago malaria was not recorded in the highlands of West Africa, but it's no longer the case. It is the same here in Malawi. We have got disease burden in areas traditionally not maybe susceptible to those kinds of conditions, but also the temporal and spatial distribution have been altered along the way. So with that in mind, health attribution studies are important in loss and damage in general, because we are able to quantify the extent to which climate change is driving these changes, and we can easily build up a stronger case or support our case for funding. So I'm going to just share a few results later on, but I'm going to demonstrate the health impacts attribution study through a project that we are doing at Malawi River Outcome Program. It's a Outcome Trust funded project on health impacts attribution, and I'm going to talk about briefly a malaria case study. Hopefully you can see through this short case study how we can generate evidence on the interactions between malaria and climate, and potentially extend that to many other climate sensitive infectious diseases. Okay, so why are we choosing malaria as an example? One reason being that malaria is endemic to Malawi. All the 28 districts are affected by it, and we have got relatively large volumes of data, so it makes it a perfect case study for us to build methods to show the health impacts of climate change. So we have got a lot of data dating back maybe early 2000s up to now, and it is also a major economic it causes major economic problems for the country. So these things, they help support the decision to select malaria as a case study. And the framework that we are following is, first of all, to do the formal attribution study, that is to quantify the climate signal, how much of the anthropogenic climate change is driving malaria epidemiology. And after that, we hope to do the costing, cost the attributable burden, and further build the evidence base, and lastly inform loss and damage financing. But for this presentation, I'm only going to talk about step one, which is the formal attribution study. That's where we are at the moment, because we have just started working on this project. But I hope in subsequent meetings and gatherings of this sort, we'll be able to provide the full analysis and the full results all the way to step number 4. So hope we'll be invited again next time. So as far as the objectives and approaches are concerned, I've already alluded to that, but the overarching goal really is to estimate the fraction of malaria cases or malaria burden which is attributable to observed climate change and versus natural variability in Malawi. So then on the left panel, the second and third, I'm not going to talk about it for now. So in the interest of time, I will not talk much about that, because we are yet to do the posting, but that's where we want to go eventually. And for people interested as to the methods, maybe there are people inclined towards mathematics, statistics, and so on. We are using statistical methodologies in this project, in particular distributed lag nonlinear models to model the nonlinear relationship between malaria, which is our outcome, and different climatic exposures. And we use counterfactual scenarios to tease out the role of the anthropogenic climate change. And to quantify the uncertainty, we do Monte Carlo simulations and so on. And lastly, we hope to do projections based on the shared socioeconomic pathways for the future. But that's to come later on. And quickly just describing the data that we are using. The input data is malaria data derived from the routine health system, the DHIS. Some of you might know that is managed by the Ministry of Health. It essentially just records all the malaria cases that are recorded every month in all the facilities across the country. So I've got a time series of malaria data from 2004 to 2020, but we are going to extend this to possibly December 2025, and we're covering all the 28 districts. And quickly, the climate data that we are currently using is derived from multimodal gridded reanalysis products. So for temperature, we've got both maximum and minimum temperature. We've got rainfall and relative humidity. and these are derived from ERA5 chips and ERA5 and chips at a resolution of around 5 kilometers. All right, so in the next maybe 3 or 4 slides, I'm going to quickly talk about some of the preliminary findings that we have so far. The first thing that we have done is to try to understand the seasonal patterns of malaria and climatic features, because this helps us to build the backbone of our modeling strategies. We want to understand at what point in the year does malaria peak versus peak in rainfall or peak in temperature. From this figure, you can see that, okay, it's not very clear, maybe for those at the back, but the malaria incidence is given by the green curves, the green line with the green curves around, which are just the confidence intervals. You can see that it peaks around March, April, which is maybe a month, 2 months, in some cases, after the end of the rainy season. So that helps us to understand the lag structures and build the same into our models. The lag are just us trying to understand from the time that you have got an exposure, how much time in weeks or months does it take before you can see a corresponding peak in a health outcome. And on the slide is just a summary of Malawi trying to understand the spatial heterogeneity of malaria. And you can see the spatial heterogeneity is quite evident there, and the fact that malaria is a big problem across the country. There isn't a district which is spared. All the districts have got quite high burden as given by the legend on the right. All right, and we've moved a step further from the preliminary models that we have fitted. We have extracted these exposure response curves, which gives us a visual of the relationship between a health outcome and the climatic variables. In this case, I've got maximum and minimum temperature, humidity, and rainfall. I won't say much about this. I'm not sure how far back you can see the curves, but the main message here is that we have got a complex relationship between climate and health outcomes. It's not a linear relationship. It's not like when you get, let's say, 10 millimeter increase in rainfall, you get a certain constant rise in the malaria risk. It varies quite a lot. And that explains why sometimes maybe after heavy rains, you expect to see a spike in cases, but you observe the opposite. So there is this nonlinear relationship that we need to take into account. And that's why we've chosen the distributed lag nonlinear models, because they handle these nonlinearities. So these curves just confirm. You can see on the bottom left panel, that's precipitation. When you are increasing rainfall, you see that the risk ratio goes down. So that just confirms the fact that it's not straightforward that when you get more rain, then you get more malaria. It could go either way depending on various other exposures. But just to summarize that, here the implication is that these complexes have to be taken on board when we are trying to quantify the extent to which climate change is driving malaria or any other climate-sensitive infectious disease. Okay, now going a step further, we've went on to try to understand over the years from 2004 the malaria attributable to climate. There are two curves. If you look at the left figure, there are two curves. One is a solid line, which is standing for the observed or the factual climatic information, and I've got a dead line, which is the counterfactual, where we've only isolated the anthropogenic climate change. You see that the factual is consistently high above the counterfactual, and we see there is a difference between the two, which tells us that there is indeed an attributable climate signal that we can quantify. And you can quantify that on the y-axis. You have got cases in millions, so you can read how much or how many cases are attributable to the anthropogenic climate change by looking at the difference between the two. And on the slide is just a summary. So the input variables that we have fed into the model, the maximum and minimum temperature, the rainfall and the relative humidity. Each color represents, or is proportional to the magnitude of its contribution. And from this figure, you can just trust me. Red is minimum temperature, blue is precipitation. So we see that minimum temperature, rainfall, and the gold color is maximum temperature. Yes. So these are in the current configuration of the model, these are the more important drivers of attributable malaria cases. Humidity seems to play a relatively minor role. And again, here you can quantify, on the y-axis you have got the attributable number of cases, so you can easily quantify the actual number of cases on average that have been caused by, or that you can trace to a particular variable. Right. Now we went a step further to understand the distribution of the attributable malaria cases by district. So in the interest of time but also space, I only picked out the top 15 districts. The red bars stand for districts with increased number of cases attributable to climate change. And the top bar, that's in Nkhotakota. You've got Mulanje, Salima. So in summary, most of the districts in the southern region carry the highest climate attributable malaria burden. Those in red, except in Nkhotakota and Salima, but the rest are located in the southern region. And those with the blue color, it's the opposite. They have got less, okay? And most of them are central or north. But yeah, just that visual, I hope, can help us to understand that there are some districts with a high burden. And this also reinforces our belief that there's this spatial heterogeneity. It's not a good idea to just look at Malawi as a whole and try to come up with one figure to quantify for the whole country, but look at the district level variation. So you can see there's this variation from one district to the other. And here the implication here is that this district level estimates can enable us to do more targeted adaptation and obtain granular evidence for loss and damage claims. If we visualize on the left is the so how much of the malaria burden can be attributable to climate, anthropogenic climate change. Again, the red colors, they show elevated attributable fraction, and they are all in the southern region with a few districts along the lake. There's Salima and Nkhotakota. I think largely, if we just maybe look back at the last 10 years, this supports maybe the picture that we have been seeing. If we just look at extreme weather events alone, of course it's not the full picture, but if we just look at the extreme weather events alone, how they have mostly affected the south or this part of the country, and what the estimates are saying with regard to malaria, there seem to be a similar pattern. And that gives us confidence that we can continue to refine these models. And on the right, it's the similar information, of course, but now in terms of cases. So sometimes you want to relay information in number of cases, absolute cases, or attributable fractions, or relative risk. So all that we can do in our modeling framework, depending on the kind of message that we want to relay. Okay, so in conclusion, we'll, of course, just based on the preliminary results, so it's not a final conclusion, but based on the preliminary results, we've seen that and confirmed that there are these complex relationships between climate and disease outcomes, in this case malaria. And we have shown that there's spatial heterogeneity in the risk attributable to climate, and that we should, in our work, be able to provide district level evidence, because that can help us build a stronger case going forward. And for our next steps as an institute, we are continuing to work on the modeling work to refine our framework and estimates. And as I said earlier, we intend to go a step further later on to do the costing of the attributable burden, project future scenarios, and eventually build loss and damage financing case, of course in collaboration with partners and experts here. We are coming from a health research institute. This is not our area of expertise, but I hope through this meeting we can build collaborations that brings together the work that we do in the health sector, health research sector, and with the evidence that we are building at the moment, we can eventually build a case for loss and damage. That's my last slide. Thanks very much. I hope I managed to stick to the 15 minutes. Yeah, thanks very much.
Thank you so much, James, for sticking to time, just over by a minute. James will come back to you when it's time for you to still engage further. So I'll go straight to our next presenter, who is Valentine Miheso from AGRA, where he's making a presentation on tackling loss and damage from agriculture, from an agricultural and food security lens. So over to you. Okay, maybe before Valentine you get prepared, I want to check online. Do we have people online? Do we have people online? I just wanted to confirm they are able to hear us. Online, can you confirm that you are able to hear us? Any one of you to confirm? All right. Do we have Chinoko online? Can you confirm? agriculture and the infrastructure. So this is the basis of our presentation. So you saw the presentation, the first one was on health, the second one is on agriculture, and now we are moving into the last presentation, which is on the infrastructure by Chinombo, this Chinoko, sorry, Vitumbiko Chinongo. This will be done online from Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. So let me have the attention of Vitumbiko online. I'm handing over the floor to you. Thank you. Vitumbiko, can I confirm you are online and you are getting prepared to share your presentation? It's CDRD. RD. Okay. Looks Vitumbiko Chinoko is not online. So we want to proceed. It will be unfortunate that we missed that infrastructure part, but if that's not possible, then I would propose that I invite FAO to give us another perspective of the agriculture and the food security RENS presentation, if that's okay. But probably you may not do a formal presentation, but I want you to maybe say something about that. Is that okay, Samuel? Samuel, is that okay? Just an overview of your presentation, the one that you are supposed to make officially, because we had two, one from Agra and one from you, so we could not accommodate both of you. But I just wanted to give the floor to you, just to say an overview on how we want to tackle the issue of agriculture and food security from the FAO perspective. Able to do that? Okay. Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Samuel Kirisho, working with the FAO. Yeah, so I will just do some quick highlights, not more than 8 minutes, preferably. And I will just take it over from the presentation that has been done that was focusing on the food loss. But now for me, I will just focus on some key highlights about the impacts that we usually have, specifically on the damage. Tracking the damage and the loss on the agriculture and the food security sector. We know that food is basically part of the agriculture sector. Now, I guess one of the key things that I wanted to mention is when we are talking about issues to do with climate change and how much kind of impacts that it's causing on the agri-food system, the impacts are quite heavy and they are quite huge. Because ideally what we are looking at from the global perspective, we are looking at the entire agriculture sector losing nearly about 3.3 trillion US dollars if we focus on the past like about 33 years. However, if we only focus on what has been happening for the past 10 years, maybe from around 2010 to where we are right now, it's important to notice that the entire agriculture, both the livestock and food security sectors, they have been losing so much in terms of resources. The economic damage is quite huge because estimates that we have show that the entire agriculture sector loses almost like about 144 billion US dollars annually from the climate change kind of impacts that are negative in this particular sector. And for me, when I think about the 144 billion US dollars, it's not a small amount of money. If you come to Africa today, you think about the top 6 largest economies. We have got countries like South Africa, Nigeria, then we have got Egypt, we have got Morocco, Algeria. But if you look at the 6th largest economy in Africa is Kenya, where I come from. And our GDP is almost like 140 billion USD. So when you are talking about the agriculture and food sector losing about 144 billion US dollars annually, we are talking about a country like Kenya collapsing in 1 year because of the impacts of the climate change that are affecting this particular sector. And meaning that if we project this to almost like about 10 years, then we are talking about quite a number of so many African countries collapsing in terms of their economies. Now, it's also interesting to note, ladies and gentlemen, that the agriculture sector is one of the largest sectors that is always hit, whether we are talking about the rapid onset or the extreme events, or even on the slow, the events that are about, or the events that are considered to be slow onset. In Africa, we are talking about almost like about 7.4% of the agricultural GDP also being affected negatively. So this is why we are saying that if nothing is done, then chances are we'll continue suffering and the impact will continue being significantly negative in terms of in terms of our nations and also in terms of our countries. It's also important to also notice that even when we come here to a country like Malawi, we all remember that back in 2023 and 24, the country faced one of the largest periods of dry season characterized by the El Nino characteristics. And then what we can be able to tell, if you remember the presentation that was done yesterday, it was quite important to notice that the impact that was felt by the country or that was recorded was quite huge. But if we only focus on the agriculture and crop sector, the country lost almost 311 million, which again was quite huge. You talk about that in comparison with the GDP of Malawi then, it was almost like about 6% of the GDP. So the impacts are quite huge. They are quite, they are quite huge, and they are, the economic losses that are captured, they are losses that if they can be mitigated in one way or another, can at least be able to help a country or some of these least developed countries to be able to grow. So I guess for me and where we start as FAO is that we have to ensure that we put as much efforts as we can be able to do to see what we can be able to do in terms of mitigating some of these extreme events. I mean, we cannot be able to mitigate some of these extreme events, but the damages that are associated to that are things that we can be able to at least be able to have information and that can be able to help us plan in advance. When it comes to assessing the losses and the damage in the agriculture sector, it's also important to notice that there are quite a number of systems that have already been put in place or that are already existing in the agriculture and food sector that helps us measure some of these impacts and some of these losses? I can be able to classify them into two major categories. We have what we call the economic losses and the damage, and then we also have the non-economic losses and damages. Economic losses are things that we can be able to quantify in terms of monetary value, but we also have the non-economic losses that, as much as we may want to quantify in terms of monetary value, sometimes it doesn't become that easier, or it doesn't become that possible. So in either case, whether we are talking about the economic losses, whether we are talking about the non-economic losses, there are quite a number of methodologies that FAO has put in place, especially targeting the sectors on agriculture. And maybe these are things that we'll continue discussing as we continue on with this workshop. But some of the greatest kind of methodologies that we have, which we are also trying to build the capacity. I remember yesterday issues to do with the capacity came in. So we have what we call the FAO disaster and the damage and loss methodology. It's a big methodology that has been developed globally. It has been adopted by quite a number of countries that helps countries and member states to be able to assess the economic losses that come with in the sector of agriculture and food security. We also have one of the most innovative, again, methodology that we have, that is called the DIEM. I'll be able to discuss about it some few minutes to come. And then we also have got some other in-depth kind of analytical tools that have already been developed or that are already existing to help us be able to assess this impact. So I guess the call that we have at this moment is to ensure that we can be able to ensure that we have sufficient information, because information is power, and without information we cannot plan, and without planning we cannot even be able to respond, and even without responding or planning we cannot also be able to mitigate. So I guess for me I will stop at that particular point in the interest of time. But for me, I guess three key things that are important in the agriculture and food sector. It's one of the sectors that is heavily affected by the damage and loss, especially when we talk about Africa, a continent that relies entirely on agriculture. And maybe just before I sit down, when you're talking about the issues to do with climate change, I like giving this kind of examples. You come to a country like Malawi. Today, Malawi is one of the leading producers of mangoes in Africa. Malawi is also one of the leading producers of products like sweet potatoes, not only in Africa, but in the world. Actually, globally, Malawi is the second largest producer of sweet potatoes, only after China. In Africa, Malawi is the leading producer of mangoes, way ahead of countries like Egypt, way ahead of countries like South Africa and Kenya. But when we try to focus on the loss, like what my colleague was talking about, the food loss that is associated with some of these foods that we produce here, we end up losing so much. Some of this loss is so huge to an extent whereby we record almost 60 to 70% of post-harvest loss, and some of these post-harvest loss are also associated with climate impact and climate issues. Why am I talking about that? You come to Malawi, if we, for those that are from Malawi, you know the period between October to the period between January, it's the mango season. But once you harvest that mango, the way that we preserve them, the way that we process them, we don't have those advanced kind of technology. And yet our climate cannot also allow us have these mangoes be retained for a long time. So we produce so much, we lose so much, and at the end of the day, they don't have any kind of impact they do have in our economy. So I guess the issue to do with having this information and having data is quite important, and also how we can be able to reduce as much as we can in terms of ensuring that we have information in advance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Samuel. Samuel Okricho is from FAO. Thank you so much. So, Samuel, I'm sorry, you still have to remain. I'm immediately inviting people in front. So you are one of them. James, you come in front, as well as Valentine. So Valentine, James, and Samuel come in front. We have 1 or 2 questions for you to answer. But then as these are doing so, I am informed that we may not have time specifically dedicated for tea. Yes, I'll come back to you. So quietly, you can be taking your cup of coffee, tea, as we go into the session of responding to questions, but we'll also give you the floor to ask 1 or 2 questions before my time expires. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. And thanking the presenters. Of course, this is a very important issue. I think almost all of us come from countries that suffer from hunger. So we need to have... Yeah. Okay, sorry. I have not taken coffee. No, this topic is very important because many of us come from countries that have people that go hungry. FAO, AGRA, and others have been in this space for so many years, and yet you have not worked yourselves out of job. Yeah? So there is something wrong here. And I hope the speaker from AGRA does not take this personally, because it's not a personal attack on you, my brother. However, our young people are here, and we need to discuss honestly the abuse of this country, this continent, by big corporations that have money, that can afford to bribe our leaders and capture our leaders, gambling on the future of these children. We have to be honest. Number one, AGRA and organizations that are similar to AGRA are accused of promoting inorganic chemical fertilizers, which by its own contributes to emissions, I understand, between 2% to 2.5% of all greenhouse gas emissions. Okay. Production, on-farm use, transportation along all the value chains. And yet, we have movements on agroecology, organic fertilizers that increase production. Our farmers are getting themselves into debt. In India, we know farmers were committing suicide because they are unable to pay back what they borrowed for fertilizers, and the land is totally dependent on chemical fertilizers. Number one. Number two, there are corporations, there are donors that promote hybrid seeds, genetically modified organisms, they call them, I think, GMOs, that make you dependent on big corporations. You cannot germinate your seeds next year. You have to buy from these corporations. Yes, you may achieve food security, but you are not allowed to have sovereignty when it comes to food. Our struggle has become about food sovereignty. It's not about us eating now. It's about our children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren. What will they produce? Number three, we talk of markets. Markets, markets, markets. We need dollars to pay off our debt. So what do? We are encouraging crop farming, farming what we do not eat, farming for markets, positioning ourselves to feed the rest of the world. How is this different from slavery and colonialism? How do we make fairness and justice the order of the day? I'm sorry, I'm too bitter. I sound too bitter, but these are my honest reflections.
Thank you so much for your sentiments. I think they have been recorded, taken note of. I think at appropriate time, I'll give the floor to Agra to respond. But for now, I will invite questions later, but I have specific questions for the presenters. So I'm managing my time. At 9:45, 10:45 rather, I will have to quit from this place. So I have a question for each of these people. I want them to respond based on the presentation they made, and then later I'll give you the floor. So the first question goes to James. James, what opportunities exist to align global data platforms with the Santiago network for loss and damage? Along those perspectives, over to you, James.
All right, thanks for your question. I will speak from the perspective of data generation evidence. So in general, I think as someone who works in research, I place a lot of value in evidence, in data. And what I've seen over the years is that, I will just give an example of the health sector, but I'm sure it applies across the board. We have at the moment a lot of systems. In my presentation, I talked about the DHIS, the District Health Information System, which manages routine data for the health sector. We've got data from, let's say, National Statistical Office through their regular surveys, censuses, demographic and health surveys, and so on, and many others. But what I've seen over the years is that we are lacking a common platform to integrate this data to allow us build a strong and coherent story which is backed by data. There's still a lot of data out there which is not recorded, which gets lost along the way. So for me, the opportunity that I see to align ourselves with the Santiago network, for me, even a basic thing as just having the opportunity or the resources to build robust systems that integrate data. We have got data under one roof. I'll give you an example of in the same DHIS that I talked about earlier. I know for sure that they are at the moment working towards integrating climate information right into the district health information system. So it will allow somebody, once they go into the system, to get both epidemiological data and climate data at the same time. So if that can be done across the board, maybe across all the sectors where we've got maybe a master system which does that, I think that would be a very good place to start. And I think most of the challenges, or at least some of the challenges that we've heard since yesterday about lack of expertise, lack of data, I think can be solved in part by simply having these tools that allow us to have robust data. So in short, I would say an opportunity for me lies in addressing this fundamental gap with regard to evidence and data, so that by addressing this, we are pushing ourselves to align with the network and pressing us in along the maybe path of success, so that we're able to access resources down the line with robust data and evidence. So that's what I can say for now. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Samuel. So key here is integration. Integration in terms of how we manage our data alongside that of the SANT-DIAC network. So going further, I'll go straight to Valentine. I will have a follow-up question to the question I asked James. So what knowledge and data sharing platforms on loss and damage exist as potential for African to leverage on? As you respond to that question, also reflect to the sentiments that my sister here expressed. I wanted, if we, after responding to this question, we would also tackle that, so that I close that question, and then I'll proceed with the other question and the rest of the questions. Over to you.
Yeah. So thank you very much. As a matter of fact, we don't have a challenge of data. There is so much data, it's unbelievable. I mean, a brother from FAO just read some numbers here. There is no shortage of data. The challenge we have is that we use data for conferences like this and talk to ourselves. But we are not using data to make decisions. Because, and I think as the development sector and government, we need to learn from the private sector. There is a lot of data, but we don't use it to make decisions. That is, I think, is the main challenge. Anything you can talk about in an agriculture value chain, you know, there are researchers doing all of these things. So my straight answer is that we are not using data to make decisions. Instead, we are engaging in discourse and, you know, just looking smart, you know, have this data. You know, when you look at the agriculture ecosystem anywhere in the world, a farmer is an investor. A farmer, even the smallest farmer in the poorest country, is an investor. And they are rational human beings. And they make decisions. And it doesn't matter what I tell them or you tell them. They'll always go home and make a decision. My answer is, we are facing a lot of problems. Food insecurity, poverty, environment, and so on and so forth. One way or the other, I don't think it is a silver bullet. Let's keep engaging. We can all have our different, positions, but at the end of the day, the farmer will make a rational investment decision.
Thank you so much. Madam, are you happy? You're not happy? One sentence. One sentence from Madam.
I think it's just, you're right. I mean, the farmer is rational. It's he or she is a rational agent in the economy. The issue is ideological, the way I see it. Africans have been producing what they consume, exchanging with their neighbors, and getting money to buy what they don't produce. Yes? But we are operating in a capitalist world where big corporations have been expanding their claws. I think that is the ideological difference that we have here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Valentine, you want to come back? No. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Very clear. Over to you, Samuel. So for you, I will now go global. So what platforms exist globally for supporting data-driven assessments? Over to you.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, I will echo what my brother here has said, to together with my other colleague, data is not the problem. The platforms for sharing this information are not the problems. We have got so many platforms out there where data is shared, be it data on damage and loss, be it data on production, be it any kind of information that we want. Now, at the global level, we as FAO, we have got so many platforms that are already existing where we do share our data with the users, with the academicians, with the policy makers, with the producers, with the private sector, and with the researchers and any other user of that information. I may not be able to tabulate all of them, but I can be able to mention there are quite a number of them. You come to FAO, we have got a whole platform that is called the Data in Emergency Platform. So within this platform, it's open-ended, it's available to everyone. It has got so much information on all the impacts, on all the damages and the losses that the agriculture sector has been able to face, be it the crop production, be it the livestock sector, or any other sector that is within, or any subsector within the agriculture sector, the fisheries and so forth. So the data in emergency platform, it's available online. As I said, it's an open source. Within that platform, you can be able to get as much information that you as you may want on all the impacts that are there. Now, the data in emergency platform uses quite a number of sources of information to feed into it. There are some surveys that are conducted by countries that feed into it. We also know that globally we have got platforms like the integrated phase classification, the IPC analysis, that also, you know, that has a repository of all the population that is affected by food security, by region, by country, and even at the country level, at the sub-country, you know, at the sub-national level. So if you go to the IPC platform, you'll be able to get all information about the losses and the impact that some of these extreme events are having on the population, even at the sub-national level. We have got other platforms like the FAOSTAT. The FAOSTAT is a global platform that all the member states of FAO, 195 of them, usually provide their data on annual basis that focuses on agricultural production, the market, issues to do with the damages, with the losses, and so forth. So what I can be able to say is that we have got so many platforms that exist at the global level that maintains all this data. We even have the SEDAI framework that also has got a whole module on issues to do with the damages and losses. But I want to echo his sentiments here and say, despite all these platforms that we have, for me, I guess there are two key challenges that we continue to face. Number one is the utilization of all that information that is existing. At what point do we sit down and make use of that information that has been generated? What kind of decisions, what kind of policies do we make? And secondly, how can we be able to leverage on all these existing systems to be able to narrow down into, you know, into systems that are well integrated? Because for me, I guess one of the biggest challenges that I've found is the issue to do with competing priorities amongst the partners. FAO, we have got platforms. You go to Concern Worldwide, they have got their own platforms. You go to Trocare, they have got their own systems. You come to the DODMA, they have got their own systems. And all this data is available. Unfortunately, collecting data and making data available is an expensive affair. So how can we be able to leverage on what each and every partner is collecting so that we can be able to have platforms that are integrated, that will be able to reduce duplication of efforts, parallel data collection systems. Finally, if you come here, even here in Malawi, we have got the National Statistics Office, which is mandated by the Statistics Act to collect data. And this is also the same case in many other countries. You go to Kenya, they have got the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. You go to Uganda, they have the Bureau of Statistics, and any other country. And each and every year, they usually collect data, not only on the impact on the damages on losses, but on so many other sectors and what kind of impacts they are facing on the challenges that the globe is facing. But the resources that go into this, how can we be able to leverage on all these systems so that we can be able to have an integrated system that is cost efficient, and all the other resources that we are using to collect parallel information can be used for other kind of, you know, for other kind of responses or for other kind of actions. So I guess I can stop at that point.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Samuel. I think integration again here is coming in terms of the platforms. We have data from Malawi, Mozambique. You know, all these disasters happening, people have got data, but how do we share for us to actually be on the same page? I'm not sure. I already have two people that I promised, but my time is up, so I will manage. Be concise with your question. And I know I'll be, but I want to give him the floor. Maybe it's a logistic issue. It was a question to you. Okay, fine. Because you are in the logistics team, so I thought you want to say something. Now, I will start with the madam here. I had said I will give you the floor. So you are the one who benefit the first question.
All right. I think some of them were captured in the previous responses and questions, but I would just maybe also say it. Thank you for sharing your insights, but also programmatically what you are all doing. I wanted to say maybe within, I think for Valentino, within the current programming that you have, are there any aspects that you are going maybe beyond the provisions to address structural loss and damage related issues within the programming within Regain, but also maybe any provisions maybe to borrow, maybe you're sitting next to FAO, they've got their 13 principles on agroecology, so how are we addressing structurally and transitioning to agroecological aspects within the models other than having the current setup it is? Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think this question goes to Accra, am I right? Yes. So you can respond to that one. Over to you.
So from an ecosystem perspective, as I said, we're engaging with government because our program can only address a finite number of issues, but we are engaging with the government of Malawi to look at a much broader enabling environment around other solutions. So this particular program for clarity is funded by the Green Climate Fund, and is a partnership between ourselves and all the 7 governments where the program is operating. And there was a rigorous process led by the Green Climate Fund to then identify what we would address. Obviously, we don't have all the money to address all the problems. We had to choose some and run with them. But from an ecosystem, I think once we land with government, then all the other issues will be addressed, but not necessarily funded by us.
Right, thank you. My question will go to James Chirombo, Malawi Liverpool. Welcome at Trust or Research. But thanks for all the presentations, very enlightening. You presented a case study on malaria prevalence in the country. The seasonal prevalence, which was quite interesting. At what point in the year malaria picks up and so on. My question and interest really is the computation of costs in relation to malaria prevalence. What are the actual financial implications or ramifications of that prevalence? Do we have figures that have been computed? I'm assuming there are. And relating that to the prevalence of the disasters we're experiencing. So there's always been malaria prevalence, but I'm interested in, do we see trends in the rising costs as we see a rise in the prevalences of these disasters? So for instance, the cyclones we've been having, is there a correlation, for instance, that when there was Cyclone Freddy, did we see higher peak in malaria and therefore higher costs? And then on the back of that, do we have projected cost of malaria prevalence in the next 5 years, 10 years? Because we've got to make a case that as climate impacts are on the rise, maybe the financial cost and burden is also on the rise. But we need to compute those kind of figures. And maybe lastly, this was just a malaria case. We may need to do that for other types of diseases that are happening, so that we can make a case about how that relates to climate change. Thanks so much. I think those are the questions I had.
Thank you so much, Victor. I'll give the floor to respond.
Yeah, thanks very much for that question. Unfortunately, I don't have the numbers and the answers to your questions, but they are very valid questions. But as I said in my presentation, so we're doing a stepwise piece of work at the moment. So the results that I presented earlier on are just like the phase one of the work, where for now we are doing the quantification of the climate attributable burden. But after this step, we will then move on to quantify that in terms of economic costs. So hopefully next time in a city, in another gathering, we will be able to do that. But just to say, at MOW we have health economists. So I'm a statistician myself. I can't do the costing. So working together with the health economists, we'll be able to take this work forward, and at the right time be able to share the results. But the preliminary results that we've found so far, I did allude to that in the presentation, that because of the nonlinear nature of the relationships, sometimes when you get, let's say, a flood, it doesn't necessarily mean you get a corresponding spike in malaria risk or burden. So it's something that we need to continually tease out in the work that we're currently doing. But yeah, it might not be like a one-to-one relationship. You get more rains or floods, then you see a spike. It might work even in the opposite direction. So we're keeping our options open and seeing what the data are telling us. But yeah, to summarize, we're going to give answers to your questions hopefully soon once we do the next phase of the work. Yeah. So I think we should keep in touch after. Yeah. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know whether I'm audible. Yeah. Mine is a comment stroke question. It seems from this gentleman here, they are saying that there's a lot of data, and I think the guy from the FAO, he mentioned that what is expensive is to make the data accessible. And I think I've seen it, that it is easily said in conferences like this one, that we have data we can share, but after a setting like this one, you find that it's very difficult to access data which institutions have. Like, people put data in silos, so FAO has got its own data, some public, a lot of data maybe in-house, and so applies to other institutions. Now, my question is now on what the woman from Dodma said yesterday, Natasha, her name. She said the government of Malawi, they are having challenges to raise proposals for some funding on loss and damage because they don't have data. And today you have told us that data is there. I'm failing to understand the two things. So that's my question.
Thank you. Perhaps I can ask you before he responds, because it's related to the same.
It's related to the same?
Yes.
Okay, so go ahead.
Yeah, basically I will agree with the last two speakers on availability of data, especially over the last decade, and also if you're looking at Africa as a whole. But then when you come to Malawi, this hydroclimatic data, we have got very huge gaps. We might have it because over the past 10 years, we have seen advancement in satellite data, as well as other equipments which we are receiving in different colleges and universities. But I agree with the first speaker that if you go 20 years, 30 years down the line, you have got very, very big gaps in terms of the hydroclimatic data in Malawi, not in other African countries. So I should think the speaker yesterday was also taking it from that perspective. I think if we have academicians in the room, they will agree that in Malawi we have that data gap. So to add to that question is just to ask Mr. Jimombo, what are we doing as a country to close that gap? Because for sure in our context, that gap really exists. The second question to the last two speakers, so if I can take that, is when you look at the climate data, that's science. health data, that's science. So I just wanted to understand how are we trying to integrate this scientific data to indigenous knowledge to come up with best models that work in the African context in agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chimwemwe. So looks like everyone you will be tackling that question combined with his. So I'll give the floor. Anyone can start. As you're responding, my time is up, so I'll get the last two burning questions actually from this side and this side. One from this side, one from this side. These are going to be my last two questions. So I saw a hand first from him, and then him. Okay. These are going to be the last two questions because my time is up. I give the floor to the panelists. Over to you.
Okay, thank you. So I guess for me, I will actually even flip the discussion from is data available to who has the data. I guess for me that is the biggest problem that we have. Now, what I was trying to provide here is some of the information and data that FAO has. But I have also been privileged not only to work in Malawi but in other countries. And one of the critical things that I can be able to mention is that data is always available, but who has that data is always the biggest problem, and how can they be able to share that information? I'll give an example. You come to us here in the climate information systems, we have got so many partners that are working in this area. But how frequently do they share their data? Maybe zero. How often do they collect the information to bring it together to be able to think critically based on whatever kind of information they have? Maybe less than 10% of their time. So what is the problem that we have? You talk about DODMA. DODMA, I fully agree, maybe they don't have access to this information because unfortunately, the data may not even be with the government. The data probably is with the development partners, it's with the NGOs, it's with all the other kind of teams that are implementing activities, the academia and so forth. So I guess for me the critical thing that we should be able to address going forward, and before I go to how we need to do it, you look at the cost of collecting this information, it's huge. Just last year, here in Malawi, we were undertaking a national census of agriculture. But if I was to ask in this room, how many of you from Malawi know that Malawi was able to undertake a national census of agriculture and livestock? If I don't want to tell you that you raise your hand, because I don't want to. Okay, you can raise your hand if you're from Malawi. How many of you know about the NACA that was done in the country? You find that the number of hands are quite few. They are not even more than 5%. I mean, they are not even more than 5 or 8. But it cost FAO, together with the World Bank, almost 5 million USD to collect this information. But how many will be using this information? Only those that probably know about its availability. The data is available, the raw data is available, the report is available. Actually, we were launching this report like 2 weeks ago. We invested as FAO, World Bank invested, the government of Malawi invested. Now, the NACA has been launched. In the next 2 weeks, we are going to be launching another integrated household survey of agriculture again. The livelihood, you know, what we call the livelihood kind of surveys that are conducted by the NSO. Again, another stream of data. But again, you find that maybe only a few that will have the opportunity to know about this data. So I guess for me, the way that we need to think about is how can we, as a sector, be able to come up with a comprehensive 4W matrix. What kind of data is available? Who has got that data? How or in which format is data available? And how can we be able to make or to consolidate all this data and information available so that we also avoid the duplication of efforts in terms of the collection of information and the cost associated with it. I told you, for the NACA, we spent close to about 5 million USD.
Yes.
The IHS, another 1 million USD. So the resources that we are pumping into data collection is huge. Yet, the data sharing and data consolidation is the biggest challenge.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I'll ask the next speakers just be very brief in seconds. You respond because I want to close the floor. Time has run out. Over to you.
I think after him, there isn't really much to add. Just to reiterate what I also said earlier, a lot of data systems, maybe we need to find a way of bringing the data together. It may not be possible to bring all the data together, but certainly maybe the more critical ones they have to be aware of integrating those. Yeah. I'll stop there.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And finally, Valentine?
As far as I know, all the FAO systems are publicly available. So when you say you can't access it, I really don't know what is the challenge. I'm just gobsmacked. If you log on to the FAO website, everything he has told you is available online.
Thank you so much. To my last two people, you're asking questions, just be very brief in less than a minute. So, strictly that, I'll be interjecting where possible.
No, just a quick one to James. So when we are modeling the data, especially from the climate side, we know that there is a signal to noise problem, meaning that detecting whether the climatic changes we are seeing are human influenced or the naturally influenced becomes difficult, especially at a smaller or finer scale. So I just wanted to hear from you, how you're dealing with that, because then that has got implications in terms of how do you attribute the changes we are seeing to the damage. So I wanted to see how you're dealing with that in your modeling. Thank you.
Thank you. You can respond to that.
Okay, thanks, Isaac. So we are currently using a few, I think up to 7 climate models with that counterfactual signal versus another set of 7 climate models for the observed climate. And these are the basis for our analysis, so that we now are able to isolate what is like the natural versus the counterfactual without the anthropogenic forcing. So that's the current state of our work at the moment. But as I said, we are still working on this, and in the team we have got climate scientists that we are working alongside with, plus as statisticians and other disciplines. So we are continually refining our methods, but that's the focus at the moment, using a set of climate models for the factual data and another set of climate models for the counterfactual, and to isolate the anthropogenic signal. But yeah, we acknowledge that those challenges are really valid, and we continually keep a close eye on that as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Our very last question. Over to you.
Thanks, Mr. Moderator. I think my first is observation. We have been very unfair with some of the questions that we've posed to the members on the panel. I'm saying that because we are asking them to provide an overall data synopsis when their data knowledge is specifically aligned to the area of programming. I would have loved maybe to see on the panel more panelists whose area of expertise is more into the centralized model. And I'm also speaking as a rapporteur who is taking notes for this session, and I have troubles to imagine whether we'll not come back here next year, invite similar panelists, and then their overall outcome would be a recommendation on how we need a centralized system. So the question that I'm going to ask is not specifically to people that are on the panel, but from everyone else in this room, whether you have seen a centralized data system that is actually working, that can be a recommendation moving forward, either to DOTMA, either to the National Statistical Office. I would also maybe love if there is anyone maybe who has been in touch, for example, with the Santiago network, just to understand in terms of the data system model interventions that are actually being championed as a direction for African countries in terms of responding to loss and damage. There was a mention of something similar yesterday. I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think this is a $1 million question, which I guess we may not tackle it, but I know you are the one of the rapporteurs, so you make sure you take note of that question. So having reached this far, I know our discussion here was a precursor for issues to do with the data access as well as assessments, and you know that will lead to the process of us accessing funding. I am not surprised that this discussion has dragged beyond the allocated time, but I hope it was for a good cause. On my own behalf, I would like to thank the audience, but also my colleagues in front for the lively discussion we had as we now close this session. Thank you so much, our panelists. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. Now I hand over the floor to the next moderator. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. The energies are low. I thought we've just had tea. Maybe a round of applause to Lee. Thank you very Lee for leading us in that session. I hope my panelists don't get the same badgering as that one, but please feel free to really interrogate them. I think that was a really interesting conversation. All right, so I think we're about to get into a really interesting discussion on the money, right? What is the theme for the conference? It's right behind me. It's right behind me. It's advancing what? I didn't hear anything. What are we advancing? And just financing. Good. So we're about to get into the conversation on financing, the just financing. My name is Gloria Majiga, and I'm going to take you through this next session, which is looking at global reforms and national level application of global instruments in pursuit of reparation and climate justice. So maybe to start our conversation on a good note, I don't know, for those that have been following the UN General Assembly, there's been some good news coming from there, right? I think as of last night, there was a resolution that was adopted, and that is to recognize, what are we recognizing? Not you, Martha. No, not you. Does anybody know what is being recognized? Slave trade. Slave trade, right? As a human atrocity, right? And that has implications on reparations. It has implications on how, as African countries, we can claim something. So this next session, I think we're going to be hearing about that. We're going to be hearing about reparations, what they mean, and the implications on financing for climate. So I have two presenters this morning. I have Martha Bekele, who will be presenting on the reparations agenda specifically, and to see how there is traction, if there is traction, and how we can better catalyze this. So Martha, I'll go right ahead and give you. Julius is dictating my minutes here.
Can we get a clapping and ululations for the resolution yesterday? It's a big win for Africans and Afro descendants. Can we? So I want to start with a story. I want to tell you. When I was a bit younger, I had the privilege of traveling to Benin, and it's a place called Ouida, O-U-I-D-A, Ouida. It's a slave trading route, and that day I cried as an African, but it profoundly changed me. It changed me to who I am, to speak my truth, however foolish it may sound, to have fire, to have passion, but to be unapologetic as an African. If a country's leader is coming to tell us that we are shithole countries, you as a victim, why would you be apologetic? So that's what I want to speak today. Africa's reparations agenda, and then I'll tie it to loss and damage. So, as you know, you have this triangular network. Yeah? So this happened in the 16th and 19th centuries. So what used to happen is that Europe to Africa used to bring guns and clothes, beer and iron, okay, in exchange for our ancestors. Yeah, in exchange for our brothers and sisters. 12.5 million Africans from Senegal, Gambia, Congo, as far down from Angola, were shipped, out of which 10.7 million, which is 86% of them, survived. Okay? Many of them, close to half, were taken to Brazil, 11% of them to the Caribbean, and USA got about 4%. And we have these countries: Portugal, Britain, Spain, France, the Netherlands. So we'll see how these countries voted last night. What else? We have colonialism. Colonialism, you remember the scramble for Africa, this white old men or middle-aged white men sitting together in Berlin, dividing and scrambling for Africa. But anyone who says they are African and they work on justice, they should also be reading this book, How Europe Intentionally Underdeveloped Africa. So our underdevelopment, the hunger we are discussing here, the floods, the landslides, and our lack of capacity to cope, it's not natural. It was designed because of historical circumstances. They are outcomes of historical circumstances. So never be apologetic as Africans when you talk about slavery, when you talk about colonialism. They destroyed our fabrics. The way we used to organize ourselves, the way we used to farm, the way we organized ourselves socially. This is a continent of care and community and love and laughter. It's not about a man and his wife and his 2 children. No. Those are our values. But they were almost destroyed. So that is colonialism. That is the historical context, another historical context. The third is neo-colonialism. Most of our countries got independence on paper. On paper, we are independent. Sovereign nations who have voting power at the UN. That's what they tell us. But our beloved Kwame Nkrumah has already defined, and that is 1965, defined neo-colonialism as the final and the most dangerous stage of imperialism. Yeah, where a state is theoretically independent, but its economic and political policies are directed from outside. So our European and American friends have power without responsibility. So what are the tools that is currently being used against us? So one is the economic control and dependency. Our countries are often obliged to accept manufactured goods from these powers while exporting raw materials, creating dependency. What has changed for the last 60 years since that book is written? Nothing. Nothing has changed. Then you have the monetary and financial control. Yeah, the banking system, the foreign exchange, borrowing in dollars, producing what you don't eat and you don't consume and you don't use, just for exports so that you can get dollars to pay off your debt. That is the trap. What has changed for the last 60 years? Nothing. Then you have the Bretton Woods institutions. In the morning, Julius was telling us that the loss and damage fund is under the custody of the World Bank, part of the Bretton Woods institutions. International financial institutions. In the 1980s, to those of you who are too young to remember, there was a structural adjustment program where they told us, oh, don't get involved in healthcare business, leave it to the private sector. Yeah, education, leave it to the private sector. They experimented on us, they continue to experiment on us. What else? You have the monopoly companies that are abusing our economies, capturing our elites, capturing our policy makers. Another manifestation of neo-colonialism is the military presence. You have Djibouti, for instance, Egypt. Yeah, although the Francophones are now kicking out the French. And these puppets that they install on us. Yeah. So you have there, for instance, Thomas Sankara, a personal hero of mine, replaced by Compaoré. You have Patrice Lumumba captured and executed by his former aide, Mobutu Sese Seko, one of the filthiest corrupt men in Africa, assisted by the Belgians to murder our leaders. Our strong, upright leaders were taken out. What they want is to have leaders that are not intelligent, that are easily corrupted. So these are manifestations, ladies and gentlemen, of neo-colonialism. So don't kid yourself that you can change things through reform. No. Only through revolution. Anyway, I'm asked to talk about reparations. So this is the historical injustice to political claim. So the first document that we have, the first document we have is Abuja Proclamation. Please go and read it. This is about slavery, this is about colonialism, this is about neo-colonialism. The document is all about those three. Okay? And it was a notice, it was serving a notice to former powers. This is the journey. It started in 1992 with the establishment of the Group of Eminent Persons or Reparations. Then, as I said, Abuja Proclamation, you go. I have shared this with the organizers, and at the bottom you will find notes, so you can read what each of them say. Because Madam Moderator is prompting me to finish. Last night, let's go back to last night. Last night, 25th of March, where I asked you to clap and ululate. You don't want to, many of you. But this is what happened last night. Okay? Last night was a turning point. At the UN General Assembly, there was a resolution that was adopted. It's a resolution that was tabled by Ghana to recognize the transatlantic slave trade as the gravest crime against humanity. What this will entail is one, recognition, apology, but also the reparations fund. And this is where your loss and damage will come in. So these are the votes. You'll see that all of our countries are in favor of the resolution. 3 countries voted against it. And these countries are led by 3 madmen who are against humanity as we speak now. And I say that unapologetically. So you have Trump, Mr. Trump. You have the apartheid state of Israel that is led by Netanyahu. And of course, we have Meli of Argentina, the mini Trump, as we speak. The guy who pulled his negotiators from climate negotiations because he doesn't believe in climate change. These are the buffoons that voted against us and our interest. But ladies and gentlemen, last night we won because the world was united, 123. Look at our power. Former colonies, colonizers, former enslavers, they abstained. Okay, and they give their reasons. So, how do we relate reparations to loss and damage? And this is what the literature tells you, and I was mentioning it yesterday in one of the interventions. So historically, loss and damage has been associated with 2 framings. One is risk management and insurance. Okay, this is all about privatization, the private sector, you know, and so on. And the other is liability and compensation. And the literature shows you that loss and damage has been a compromising theme between liability and compensation and risk management and insurance. However, you will see that the Paris Agreement does not mention at all reparations. It does not. So as I said, last night's UN, and this is my last slide, Madam Moderator, last night's UN resolution is a game changer for us. We need to sit down and think how to take advantage of this resolution. How do we take advantage of this resolution as a community? This is my last slide, okay? So we need to push the loss and damage toward reparatory logic. As I said, it was the start of the conversation even to begin with. How do we do that? And these are the things I came up with, but we can discuss, refine it, and see how to go about it. Article 9 is going to be discussed in Addis in 2027. So since we can now push for that legal obligation, binding obligation to contribute, associating it with reparations, although what we had yesterday was not legally binding, but how do you start that obligation, that conversation, that discourse, that push? And loss and damage, yes, it's technical, it's about BIM, we were told all those jargons in the morning, but how do you align it to historical responsibility? And as a community here, as researchers, as scholars, as activists, and so on, how do we ensure that the narrative is not co-opted, the narrative is not diluted? So the rejection of loan-based climate finance, you can tie it now to reparations. Yeah, we have to talk about the voluntary contribution of donors to obligation. You have to reject now unapologetically private finance substitution of public finance. After all, reparations is not just about transfer of money, but refraining from doing any further harm, including changing the system that is damaging us. Yeah. African positioning, we have very good opportunity in Addis in COP32, when they have the African special needs and special circumstances. It will be in the agenda. How do you now strongly feature reparations? And finally, define the political direction in Addis to align loss and damage with reparatory justice discourse. So I want to leave you with this one. This is from the National Museum of African American History and Culture, where Trump was trying to close in DC the other day. Zikomo.
Right, very good start to the conversation. I think it's important to ground the conversation in the principle of why reparations, or why we're asking for money in the first place. Are we begging for the money? Are we begging for the money? Is it not our own money? Can you beg for what is yours? So we're simply reclaiming it, right? It's important to understand the principle of it, because it also defines how we approach the table. If we go there as beggars, it's different. But if you go there knowing that you're taking what is yours, that also changes entirely the tone of the conversation. So I think Martha has given us a very good start in redefining that we have the power, we have a reason to request for this, and we're now going to get into the next presentation. Mary? I don't know if my technical assistance is here to pull up the next presentation. Thank you. Did we all see our countries on the affirmation vote? Is there any country that's missing that is in here? We should boo them. Is there any missing country? Africa made it, right? Africa rising. Just Africa. I think we can see the biggest beneficiaries are the ones that were saying no, right? From slave trade. So the ones that really benefited don't want it. And that's very typical. Nobody who's benefiting from the status quo would want to change it. Yeah? Right. So there's a legal framing in all this. There's a world in which we operate. And Mary is going to take us through the reparations and strategic litigation in Africa session. So now to understand what this means legally for us. Mary, over to you.
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
So when I make presentations like this, especially when it's legal, I know it can get boring, and some people say it's the legal jargon. So if I can ask everyone to please stand up for a bit of an icebreaker. Please stand up. I didn't used to like icebreakers, but now I love them. They are my favorite. So we're going to spell Malawi. Before, I don't know, growing up I thought it was Walawi, but then I realized it's Malawi. But we're going to try spell Malawi. So you're going to go with me as we spell it. But it's unfortunate, I'm going to try and do it. So M, A, L. No, I want to punish all of you. L. I'm not saying you stretch your legs. A, W. So your head now is beginning. And then I. A round of applause for yourself. So now I'm sure you all are awake and I can see some people smiling. Who's a lawyer here? If you know you're a lawyer, please raise up your hand. Wow. If you know you're a lawyer, raise up your hand. Ha! Am I the only one in the room? No, it's not just me. Am I the only one in the room? Or people are scared now to say they are lawyers? Okay. If you're an advocate, raise up your hand. So now you're not advocates anymore, you're not activists. Okay, at least that's good. So now I'll try and save you from all of the legal jargons. I will try and simplify it as much as I can. So today, as you can see on the screen, we're going to be speaking about reparations and strategic litigation in Africa. So Martha already set the pace on reparations and also the landmark decision, the resolution that was passed yesterday. So I think that's a very good thing for us in Africa to say that slavery is now being considered the most grievous crimes against humanity. But anyway, good morning. I know some of you do not know my name. My name is Mary Izobo, and I am the Advocacy Program Manager at the Center for the Study of Violence and Reconciliation, CSVR for short. So South Africa, CSVR is a South African-based organization. We're based in South Africa. We've been in operations for the last 37 years. And so I'm just going to go straight now into the presentation. So before we talk about climate reparations, I want us to anchor it in what reparations actually mean, because precision actually matters when it comes to legal arguments. The next slide, please. And so today we're going to be framing it into framing reparations, a definition. I would gloss over it quickly because I see Martha already did a great job talking about it. And then the climate loss and damage as a reparations issue. We're going to look at the Africa's reparations landscape. Where do we stand? And then strategic litigations, the tools, courts, and key precedents. And then we're also going to talk about the African Court advisory opinion on climate change. Our work, I'll also skip through that quickly. And then we're going to talk about the barriers, opportunities, and the recommendations. And I think that's where I will need you all to stand with me on that. So now, according to what do we actually mean by reparations, right? So according to United Nations, it defines reparations as measures that are taken by a responsible party to acknowledge wrongdoing, repair the harms, and also to restore the dignity and rights of those harmed. And crucially, reparations are not charity. I think that's one thing that we've been talking about since morning, right? That they are not aid, they are not humanitarian aid, because sometimes the wealthy nations want to disguise reparations as humanitarian aid or charity. That's not what it is. Reparations is reparations, and it's being given when harm is done. Now, there are 5 types of reparations, right? The first is restitution. What is restitution? It's when you actually restore a victim to the situation they were before. Now, let's take in the case of climate change that's happening, for example, in some parts of Malawi. Number one, you look at how do you restore a destroyed village. I think I was talking to a colleague recently, and they talked about how mudslide had actually destroyed a lot of homes in Malawi, and also how a lot of people had also died. And so the question is, when you want to do reparative justice, how do you repair that harm? Now, that's the first. But then, in the event where you can't actually take the people back to where they were before, you can't build back their village, you can't build back the ecosystem, what then happens is other forms of reparation come into play. Compensation. I think that's something that we all know. When you lose your bag or you lose anything, you ask for compensation, right? Now, compensation here is money, financial loss, financial payments, or financial redress that is proportional to the harm suffered. And then we talk about rehabilitation. So rehabilitation is when you give medical care, psychosocial support, and that's something that we often forget. We often forget the psychosocial element, that when a person's village is destroyed or you move a person because of climate change, even though you give them money, you do not take away the harm that they suffer. For example, the harm that they will suffer from not being able to go back to the ancestral land, because some people have that emotional connection to where they are. We are all from a village here. No matter the nice clothes we put on or the hair, the makeup, we're all villagers, whether we like it or not, because we're all from some village, right? And so there is that affinity that we have to a village. And so the question is, when you are taken away from that space or that village, what happens? Then the next is satisfaction. And that's something that I know that a lot of wealthy nations have refused to do, where they say, we are sorry. We've caused you this harm, but we are genuinely sorry that we've done what we've done. And it's the same thing when you think about slave trade. A lot of countries are refusing to apologize. Belgium has refused to apologize. Same thing for the UK and so many other countries, to say, look, we didn't do this on purpose, but somehow they want to pass the buck to us as Africans. And then we have the non-recurrence, right? And what is non-recurrence? Non-recurrence is the fact that we're saying that never again. There's always that, I'm not sure if you've ever heard about the never again, even for Rwanda, the genocide that happened. And then you go to some of the memorial sites and you always see that big tag that says never again. It's us committing that even though it's happened, maybe it was a mistake, but we're hoping it's not going to happen again. Next slide, please. Now, there is climate loss and damage as a reparations issue. Let me give you a bit of statistics. African economies, they lose between 3 to 4% of GDP annually to climate impacts. According to the AFDB, UNECA, multiple academic institutions, we've realized that countries like Malawi, Somalia, Madagascar have had serious extreme events in a single year. I think before some of us got here to Malawi, it had been raining consistently, which is funny because it's March. And for us in the southern part of Africa, it's supposed to be summer. But why is it raining this much? And so you realize that it's not necessarily a weather problem. It's a justice problem. And I'll tell you how. Africa contributes less than 4% of global greenhouse emission, right? But yet, we are the one that actually suffer the most. And again, that is structural injustice. And structural injustice has a name. It's a violation. And violations actually create legal obligations. Just in case you're asking, why are we talking legal? The moment you cross a certain point, it now becomes legal. And that is the obligation that is owed to us as a country, that is owed to us as a continent. Next slide, please. I'm trying to rush through. It's like I'm trying to give a crash course 101 before the moderator comes to me. Now, there is what you call the adaptation. So this is Africa's reparation landscape. So let me give you where we stand currently so you know. Now, the adaptation finance gap through 2030 is estimated at over $500 billion US, according to UNECA. Now, this loss does not even include loss and damage. Now, the irreversible harm that cannot be adapted to. So, for example, we talk about the irreversible harm that happens to people. For example, the psychological effect, the medical effect that happens. Let's not even talk about the sexual-based violence that occurs. And I'll give an example. conflict is exacerbated by climate change. We look at the dam that is in between Ethiopia and Egypt, and why Ethiopians and Egyptians are not the best friends because of a dam. And why? Because of climate change. We look at it in the northern part of Nigeria, where I'm from, right? Well, I'm not from the northern part, I'm from Nigeria, but the northern part. You look at how herders and farmers would always have a fight. Why do they have fights? Because to a Fulani person, a cow is like a family member, because they've had this cow for years. You see how fat and big those cows are. And then those cows come and eat my farmland. I'm a subsistence farmer. I'm just trying to survive on my beans, my cocoyam, and my potatoes. And now this big fat cow has come to eat my crops. In turn, I kill the cow. Now the herders come and in turn kill people. I mean, thousands of people die because of the clash, right? Again, that's one of the things that climate change is causing. But we also don't talk about the effect it has on women and girls, because climate change affects men and women differently. The same way conflict affects men and women differently. It does because for women, primary caregivers, sadly we live in a patriarchal, misogynist society where it's expected for women to do certain things. And so if the lake or the dam beside you has dried up, what that means is that you then need to walk farther to get water. So if, for example, you had a well close to your house, you just walk 5 steps, you get water from the well, and now that well has dried up because there's no water in it, it means you have to probably walk 10 kilometers or 15 kilometers. In the process, what happens? You probably walk in the dark. As a woman, you get sexually violated, you get raped, you get assaulted. There's the flip side, where during the mudslide, I'm sure that happened, for example, in the northern part of South Africa, or even in Malawi, where it washes up the home. Ideally, I think a man can get a blanket, sleep on the streets. Men do get raped and sexually assaulted, but not as much as women, right? So a man can still stay by the roadside, but a woman can't, because what happens is that even if she goes to a shelter, some of the men end up raping them in the shelter. If they have to stay on the streets, they are not safe. So some of this are some of the effect that happens. And then the question is, how do you get preparations? Because if you are a virgin and you've been disvirgined, how do you get your virginity back? If you as a person, you have been harmed, your arm is cut off, how do you grow another limb? It's almost impossible. And so it takes us back to how the irreversible harms that cannot be adapted to. So it's not just about the cost of trying to adapt to a crisis, but why are we adapting to a crisis we did not create? Now, wealthy nations have deliberately framed loss and damage finance as humanitarian aid. I did mention that before. They say, oh, it's charity, it's discretionary. Why do they say that? Because there's no legal strings, right? And so I want to challenge that framing directly to say that the Addis Ababa Declaration from the Second African Climate Summit calls for non-debt, grant-based climate finance. These are reparative demands, whether or not they are called that. Our job, I would say, during these 3 days is to name it clearly, because naming actually creates a legal obligation. We've talked about the political terrain, which Martha spoke about. Yes, there's the political part, but there's also that legal element. And so there is an active political battle over how loss and damage finance is framed. Some, they say, it's solidarity. They're like, oh, look at us, we're happy, we're in solidarity with you. Some call it climate finance, like we do. Framings that actually carry no legal obligation and imply voluntariness is actually a matter of accountability, not charity. Now, let's talk about, is this slide 5? No, we can go to slide 5. Oh, no. Go before it, a session before it. Yes, this is it. Thank you so much, Chinwewe. Now, we look at it and say, I would not talk about the ICJ ruling, because I think a colleague of mine is going to talk about it, but I will talk about where we've stood so far. We've had the fund for responding to loss and damage, the FRLD. We've spoken about it quite a lot. It exists, and we cannot say that its existing is nothing. For years, a lot of nations have argued that establishing such a fund would create liability, and they're so worried about the implication. But civil society organizations, they fought and they've won, and that's why we have the FRLD now. We have the Santiago Network, and we also have the BEAM, which is the Barbados implementation modality, right? And what it does is that it opens a pathway that can actually allow African communities to access funds without the gatekeeping of large multilateral organizations. In 2025, July, there was a ICJ landmark advisory opinion. I'll leave that to my colleague to discuss. But there is a flip side of it, is that African countries are marginalized in the FRLD governance. We are on the board, yes, but our voting weight does not reflect our vulnerability because we suffer the most. But still, the architecture of global climate finance still reflects the power imbalances, of course, of the institutions that created it. Now, let's talk about strategic litigations, the tools and approach. Next slide, please, Chinwewe. Now, we can use the domestic courts, for example, like some of us are from different countries here. You can use the local courts, you can use the Constitutional Environment Rights Court, and then we can also go to the regional bodies. Who knows about the African Court on Human and People's Rights? Who has ever heard about the court? Hey, I know we're not lawyers, but I think it's nice that we know the institution so that when someone offends you or hurts you, you know where to go. The African Court on Human Rights and People's Rights is actually the highest court of Africa. So please leave here knowing one thing, that there is an African Court on Human and People's Rights, right? There is the ECOWAS Court, there is the SADC Court, some of you know, and also there are international forums. Who is aware of the International Court of Justice? Can you imagine? Why do we always do this? You will know the international but not know the African. You would know the SDGs, you will know the Sustainable Development Goals, but you're not going to know the Agenda 2063. But guess what? Agenda 2063 came before the SDG. If I was to say, the United Nations actually copied verbatim, framed it a bit, Agenda 2063, because Agenda 2063 was created in 2013 and the SDGs 2015. So, you see what I'm talking about. So please, let's also know the African part of it. But I'm glad you know the ICJ. So there is the ICJ advisory opinion as well. Please, next slide. I'm trying to rush because I'm short of time. I want to talk about key cases and precedents, right? There are about 3 cases I'm going to mention. There is the Vanuatu. There's the Pacific Island Estate, where with strong African support, they actually requested an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice on what international laws requires when it comes to climate change, right? Now, because of that particular case, it's no longer a political argument. This is now law, right? Now, there is the, I'm not pronouncing it right, Milieu Defensi against Shell. And what this does is that there is, the Hague District Court actually said that Shell, I'm sure a lot of you know Shell because you buy gas one way or the other. They actually were asked to reduce their CO2 emissions by 45% by 2030 when it compared to 2019 levels. So again, that is a very good start, because now this is a court ordering a private company like Shell to change its business model due to climate harm. And it matters for Africa, because you're thinking, why is she putting all, these funny names that we can't pronounce here in Africa? It matters to us because we know about the Ogoni land in Nigeria and how Shell, there's the Serap against Nigeria case, where Shell constantly bastardized the land. The water was not drinkable, the space became very inhabitable because of Shell, and nothing was done. They're still fighting for compensation till now, right? And so what this does is that it creates that legal space for that. There's also Legari against Pakistan. Please read all of this. I know you're not lawyers, but let me just go to the advisory courts, advisory on opinion climate change. Once I'm done with that, I can now stop. Moderator, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so now I need you to all to know this advisory opinion. Why do I need you to know it? Because again, it creates that legal standing, that it's not politics anymore, it's law. We can actually take our countries, we can take communities, we can take private organizations to courts, sue them, win. Imagine you win $1 billion and we all share $1 billion in this room. You're going to buy your dream car, your dream home. Just saying. But anyway, the African Court's advisory opinion on climate change, it was filed on the 2nd of May, 2025. It's still pending because they've not delivered the judgment yet. It was actually sent to the African Court on Human and People's Rights. But this is what thing that makes a lawyer happy. A quartet. Now, what does this mean? This means that we can have what you call a historical quartet, having the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea. There is an advisory opinion that was done in May 2024. We can have the ICJ opinion, the one that I talked about briefly, that was done in July 2025. And we can also have the Inter-American Court of Human Rights advisory opinion that was done in July 2025. And then if we then have the African Court one that is actually pending, together we believe that these 4 opinions are expected to produce the most comprehensive international legal statement on climate obligations that we would ever have in the world. Now, let's talk about bridging justice and climate action. This is how we can bridge it. Accountability and litigation. We lawyers are in the first part. Community voices. If you are a CBO here, please raise up your hand. If you work for a community-based organization, CSO, CBO, you do work at the community level. So do we only have, who do we have in the room? Because now I'm interested. They're not lawyers, they're not community people. So who do we have in the room? Economist. See, you are only the economist here. Okay. But anyway, so if you work for the community, now you center community voices. If you're a woman in this room, please raise your hand. Okay, that's good to see. That's for us. Okay, so so now, like I said, climate change affects women differently. So women, youth, marginalized groups. Then you look at loss and damage as a justice issue. And then you also need to do community-based documentation. So please, I enjoin you all. If you find that in your community, you find that there are issues of climate change, please document it. It's very important. Take pictures. And then please go to I want to finish this slide. I may not come here, but I just want to finish the other one. Yes. Then policy advocacy. I'm sure some of you are advocates, you're activists in your little way. The fact that you're here in this room today, it means that you're sitting here because you feel that things need to be done when it comes to climate justice, when things come around climate financing. And then the last but not the least is capacity building. Please, when you meet people, talk to them about climate change. Some people say we don't know what's happening. Some even say that God is punishing them. God is not punishing us. It's climate change. It's the wealthy nations. They're the ones emitting all of this, and it's affecting us who barely do anything. But to end, I wish I had more time. But to end, I want to actually talk about a lot of recommendations, but I think I'll pass that as well. But let me close. Loss and damage are not a technicality. It is not a line item in a climate finance spreadsheet. It is a consequence of a specific history, a history of wealth that's built on extraction and emissions, and a history of vulnerability imposed on those who had no part in those choices. All of us sitting in this room. Now, the question before us is not whether Africa deserves reparative justice for climate loss and damage, because we do. The answer to that question is settled in law and in conscience. So the question is whether those with the power to deliver it in courts, in capitals, and in conference rooms like this have the will to act. And so our job in strategic litigation, economists, women, men, is that, and even in this conference room, and in the advocacy that flows from it, is to ensure that the cost of inaction becomes higher than the cost of action. Thank you very much.
A huge round of applause for Mary for giving us a crash course in law. Law 101. Thank you. Can you please check if Alpheus is online?
So are there women in this room or not? Are there women? Are there women? Are there men in this room? I see youth in this room. Do we have Alpheus online? Right, Alpheus, I'm really sorry. I've only got 3 minutes for you to make a quick comment, and then we'll move to the next presenter. We will have time for a discussion, so we can have more commentary. Is Alpheus ready? We can't hear you if you are speaking.
so that we can get into a more detailed conversation.
Could I get tech support, please?
So good afternoon. Yeah, so my name is Wycliffe Amakobe, and I work with the Network of African National Human Rights Institutions in Africa, based in Nairobi. So I think the two colleagues have discussed a little bit about the ICJ, so I'll cover a little bit within the context of its application around access to remedy and access to remedy and generally accessing justice, and the role of ombudsman and the human rights institutions. So quickly, NANRI is all about NANRI is as I mentioned, as a network of human rights institutions, provides sectorial services for about 46 national human rights institutions, or sometimes you call them commissions, call them ombudsmans, which are expected to be to have a front door in terms of communities being able to access justice and also being able to access remedy where there are violations. So specifically, because of time, I'll not go into much aspects, but basically trying to link this ICJ resolution and the role of human rights institution in terms of being able to support victims. When you talk of human rights, many of us will always want to see it in terms of environmental defenders and believe that maybe this is very far from us, or general defenders. But human rights are very critical in terms of ensuring that we are protected and we are able to live in dignity. And of course, in line with the African system, we have the African the Commission on Human Rights, People and Human Rights, which has quite a number of resolutions that speak to climate change, quite a number of them since 2009, and therefore the protection and having a right to a clean and healthy environment is very critical, and as well as where there is violations. Now where we meet the ICJ, because colleagues have already set a background, I think mine is just to emphasize that in 2023, the Human Rights Council adopted a resolution on climate change and human rights, and the same year the United Nations General Assembly was able to prioritize this, whereby now in 2024 an advisory opinion was sought through the ICJ, and colleagues have again given us details about what went about. So this was just to help us understand that our rights are really embedded within that push. Yeah, why it matters for Africa, it establishes a binding legal principle. So I agree with the immediate speaker. I think it's a bit loose. Okay. Oh, okay. That's it, please. Yeah, so it connects climate impacts with human rights obligations under the international law, and I think this was also emphasized. It also provides legal clarity to push for a fair loss and damage funding architecture. I think I'll skip to I don't know whether it is your hand. Yeah, I'll skip to all right, it's okay. Yeah, so in terms of, I'll again skip that. I'll just go to how NHRIs are leveraging on the ruling. Just to emphasize that NHRIs are meant to play a critical role. NHRIs, that's National Human Rights Institutions, in terms of monitoring the state compliance. Remember, the ICJ was very specific. Yes, the ICJ was very specific that states have an obligation to prevent and mitigate climate harm within their capacities. No harm rule applies to climate emissions. Common but differentiated responsibilities, again, that is very critical. Human rights obligations applying to climate impacts, including the right to life, food, health, water, culture, and development. It was also very clear in terms of states causing climate harm may incur liability, especially major emitters and vulnerable countries entitled to international support. That was very clear. So within that period, again, as a network, we were able to bring together all the 46 human rights institutions, national human rights institutions, because that is the period when PALU and the others, Pan-African lawyers had sought the advice or opinion at the African Court, and we were able to bring about 46 national human rights institutions. As we speak, we have already filed an amicus curiae to the African Court, because the time period was elapsing this month, whereby the national human rights institution were able to come together and generate national context information. We had about 17 countries providing that, and we submitted this month. So this being the last slide, now in this particular perspective, we are in the conversation with the NHRIs to develop tools and be able to support access to remedy and redress by them monitoring and state compliance, documenting harm, strengthening investigations. But in all this, as I conclude, even as we discuss about this fund, are we thinking about how the communities, some of them do not have the power to be able to go to the courts? How are we thinking about the utility of this fund so that they can be able to, they will not be deprived of their justice and fail to access that justice? So how do we work with the national human rights institutions to ensure that this is taken into consideration? Because on a daily basis, these commissions are set in place so that someone, a citizen, will not be deprived of justice and fail to access it or get the reparation, be deprived, as Mary was telling us. So I think I'll conclude there. This one was basically trying to link in terms of how the national human rights institutions are leveraging the ruling at national mechanisms level and also at the national level. So as a call to action, I think I welcome all of us to work together to support especially the NHRIs at the national level in terms of developing continental guidance notes, which we do often, convening to harmonize the climate harm documentation tools, especially through the cases that they are able to file at the community level, and then strengthening engagement with the loss and damage structures, what I've just mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Wycliffe. I can see that the energy has gone down quite a lot, and I am standing between you and lunch. But I think we can appreciate our panelists one more time. The round of applause. So I'll invite Martha, Mary, and Wycliffe if you can just find a seat. I have very few minutes, and I would still like to open up for questions, if there are any questions or comments. So if there's any questions, I think we can quickly take some feedback. I know it was legal jargon and it was a lot of technical discussions, but I think it's worth using the time we have. We have the colleagues here with us, and maybe we can interrogate how best we can engage in these processes. I see one hand. I see another hand. Thank you. Do I get a roving mic? Thank you.
Madam Moderator, can proceed. Shall I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
All right, thank you. Once again, thanks so much for our presenters. Good presentation. I think we have Martha and Mary. I've forgotten the last gentleman who presented. Martha and Mary in the Bible were sisters. They were sisters. So, the great presentation. Quite not the normal kind of presentations we're used to having, and I think that's good because we got to, as business unusual, and losses and damages I highlighted yesterday, they are much more significant than we talk about. It's not adaptation, it's not mitigation. This is massive. Some are intangible, and we need to account for all of those. We normally, even in the community level, when we give them the $500, we think we have donated. We are forgetting that they are contributing effort, energy, time, which we don't quantify in terms of cost. Bottom line is losses and damage are much, much bigger. The question I have is, in terms of reparations, do we have a timeline? By timeline, I'm just simply saying what is our roadmap. One is the computation at various levels. Even on the slavery, the bill that passed yesterday, the resolution at UN level, I'm not sure, Martha, if we have a figure at all, even on the slavery itself, quantification, the economic cost of that injustice, that grave crime against humanity. I know there have been attempts in the past. We have to have a figure, whether it's a range. One person losing their life meant that the entire generation gets affected. We got to compute that. Bottom line is, what's the timeline? If we go and we go to the courts and whatever, what's the claim? What are the compensations that we're looking at? At the end of the day, when you go, our negotiators, when they go out there, you compute the loss, you compute the damage, you have a figure that you can be working with. So bottom line is those figures. And then timeline is simply to say, as we stand here today, is there any projection in the next 5 years? Like maybe this is what we want to be fighting for, this is our goal, this is our target. Otherwise, thanks so much once again for an enlightening presentations. Appreciate it.
Thank you. There was one more question in the back. I think as we await that question, I can just throw it to you to also just consider. I think this room is full of non-lawyers, so maybe as you're considering those questions, please make sure that your responses are being structured in a way that allows those that are non-lawyers to understand how they can interact in these processes. So when you're answering the questions, please consider that in the back of your minds.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, I think listen to presentations from yesterday, even today, looking at the reparations and restoration. It's more of an extension to what it was asked, but a bit different. We're trying to hold accountable developed countries that they should be able to repair and restore some of the things that they contributed to. But in terms of programming, as we are implementing different, as these funds are made available, are we changing the modalities? Are we looking at possibilities where communities can access funds or finances directly as part of adaptation, contributing to those communities cash directly as a reparation and not as through programs that we design in between the communities and the funds? Thank you.
Thank you. And then I'll take the last question from Obed, and then we can throw it back to our panelists. Go ahead, Obed. Okay, all right, go ahead.
Thank you for giving me this chance to speak. I just have a small question. We're talking about reparations. Yeah, we're talking about them, but then I don't really see the face of the child in the reparations. No one has mentioned about the children. What we're talking about is women, the youth. How are we, the children, going to access the reparations fund? How are we going to go to the courts you just mentioned? How is our voice going to be heard here? And I just need a clarification on that. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a very big question, and I think it's a great question.
In addition, just to clarify, how do you quantify the child's fear, trauma, or anxiety during these loss and damages?
Thank you for the great presentations. Mine is on the. I know the speaker online tried to mention the aspect of liability under Article 8 of the Paris Agreement. But my question is, of course, in light of the recent ICJ opinion on the states of obligations for climate harm, how did this really reshape the conversations around reparations for loss and damage? Of course, given Article 8 of the Paris Agreement still explicitly excludes liability and compensation, which has been actually one of the hurdles that we face in the negotiations when it comes to even calling for finance for loss and damage. So to what extent does this liability exclusion really under Article 8 of the Paris Agreement remain tenable, of course, particularly in advancing the conversations around reparations? Thank you. I direct my question to either Mary or even Martha. Thank you.
There was one last question in the back that I would like to take, and then we're going to get to responding. Yes. Obed, just to reiterate your question, you're asking on Article 8 of the Paris Agreement. So how that would be translated in line with the ICJ ruling, or how it would be aligned.
Yeah, thank you so much to all the presenters. I just want to pick up their brains on how they see the financial architecture for loss and damage, looking at it through the lens of reparations. The more I hear about it, the more I think about the Kyoto, which essentially did not work in the end for most of the countries, and yet that was a rules-based approach to getting countries, pay for their historical responsibilities, which is what we are trying to get into when we are looking at legal obligations and also looking at the ICJ and the legal opinions. In the current modality of loss and damage, it's still under the UNFCCC, where you are still back to the bureaucracies of the World Bank being a trustee, where access has to be controlled. You cannot just access anyhow. There has to be specific criteria you have to meet even though you are the most affected. How do you see the financial architecture evolving, or what would be the ideal for us to get to where we want to get in as far as loss and damage is concerned?
Right, thank you. A round of applause to our audience. I would like to invite our panelists to tackle the questions as you also finalize your comments. Unfortunately, we are quite out of time, so I will ask that you be as brief as you can, but also invite everybody that after the sessions, we can continue to interact where maybe the responses are not clear or if we have more questions. So I will start from Mary and then I'll work.
Thank you so much. So I'll start with the first question, which is, he spoke about how much, the cost and timeline and all of that. In terms of the roadmap first, I would say that there is the legal track and there's the political track. There is the legal that I had explained during my presentation, and there's also the political track that Martha also explained. And so I would say that that is the basis for it. We have the African Group of Negotiators, right? We have the African Union. We also have civil society and spaces like this, right? That we're trying to see how, and I'm sure by the end of this conference as well, we're going to have a communique that could also fit into the roadmap, right? So that's the first. In terms of the figures, right, and how much are we claiming? I know that the FRLD itself has about, I think, 400 to 800 million. No, not million, billion per year, right, for loss and damage globally. And the majority obviously is owed to Africa and the global south, right? And so in terms of the numbers, to be honest, I would say that we do not have one that we've agreed on yet, okay? So no one single figure have we agreed collectively as a continent to say this is the number or this is the amount we're going to claim in terms of full reparation. And I think that's where we would need, and that's why we have spaces like this to then discuss what is the computation, what is the methodology, how are we going to compute, like you rightly said. If one person dies, the entire generation is wiped out, right? And so I think these are things that we need to discuss and also maybe impute in our communique before we leave this conference, to say what do we need in terms of that quantitative analysis. And so basically we need to establish the methodology. In terms of the second one, community, I would say that the FRLD, we did talk about it a lot, to say that it is operational, but communities cannot access it directly. Even a lot of African countries cannot yet access it directly. And so it's still assessed through national governments per se, and we know how it works. Before it gets to the government and before it trickles down to the communities, that would take a lot of time. And that's why we're looking at issues around, we're looking at network like the Santiago network, we're looking at the BIM to see how we can use these processes to make sure that communities are able to access these funds easily. And so I think it's important that, again, while we're in spaces like this, we discuss the community disaster funds, like how do we get this to the community. So I'll use South Africa, for example, right, where I work on climate change matters. So there is a province called the KwaZulu-Natal, for example, and what they've done in terms of the community is that they have the provincial level and then they have the community level, and they've been able to have a community roadmap, or should I say an implementation plan, to say this is how we're going to give monies to the community, which I think is very important. And so again, while we go to our different spaces, we need to take best practices from what some countries are doing really well and then infuse it into our own countries, because no one country is the same. But right now, to answer your question directly, again, we do not have that yet, where we then have that funds that we then say communities can access easily. We still need to access it through the national governments, right? So the money is there. So let's not mistake the fact that there's no money. The money is there, the fund exists, but how does it then flow down from the national government, from the fund to the national government and to the community? There's something you had spoken about. One had asked a very important question about children. She said, what about us children, which is good. I would say that in terms of children, right now, children, again, cannot access the funds directly, right? Because there's no international fund that actually disperses money to individual children. But I would say that we can use three ways through which we can. I think the first could be we could do that through like maybe child-funded organizations. Like I see that there's Safety Children here and some other organizations. I think we can also do that again, like I had mentioned before, to national governments. So the fund goes to national governments, and so it's important that again in the communique to the, that we're going to have at the end to talk about how can children easily access the funds. Maybe governments, maybe the Malawian government or other government needs to then create like a children's fund or children's purse through which individual children can access the funds, and same thing. I would like to speak more, but I'm already, she's making me very anxious because I quickly made a bit of notes that I wanted to speak to in terms of the children's part, because that's also something I'm very passionate about. So I'm happy to speak to you separately, you know, on a tete-a-tete to discuss this. But in terms of the last question that Obed had asked, right? So for those that do not know, the Article 8 is actually the Paris Agreement, right? So it's Article 8 of the Paris Agreement, and that's when you know that Obed knows his stuff, because that's quite a brilliant question. I would say that states cannot use Article 8 in the sense that there's no liability. So when Article 8 of the Paris Agreement was enacted, it was done with no liability, no legal obligation, nothing, right? But while Article 8 was deliberately written to avoid liability, the ICJ opinion now establishes liability. Now that's the major difference, Obed, because I see you're not listening. Are you listening? Okay. So while Article 8, for example, does not create a liability, the ICJ advisory opinion creates a liability to say that now it's not negotiable, right? You cannot negotiate. There is a direct liability to say that once there is that loss and damage effect, you are then held liable to say, just the same way, you know, they had talked about in terms of how private organizations can then be held liable, national governments can be held liable for the loss and damage claim. So that is the major difference. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so I think because Mary has done justice to a number of the questions, mine is just to emphasize that maybe in terms of being cognizant of intergenerational, issues, the UN General Assembly was very categorical in terms of seeking their advisory opinion, taking into consideration that intergenerational aspects, because remember, one of the key, the alarms as far as global warming is concerned, we talk about now in 2050, that kind of a language. In 2100, that means that most of us who are here today, we are not likely to be there by that time. So this kind of premises are very critical to ensure that that is taken into consideration. And if you are able to look at the advisory opinion in its entirety, it is very keen in terms of the intergenerational perspectives. And I will also urge that we also visit, if you visit the African Commission for Human and People's Rights, SCHPR, there are quite a number of resolutions that are very important for us to consider in terms of especially around state obligation, because remember, all these, the opinions, both even the one at the African Court, if you look at the 10 asks, majority of them are actually revolving around state obligation, whether it is around regulation of corporate accountability and all those things. So I just emphasize that it's important to visit that and ensure that we build our advocacy around those resolutions. Thanks.
Alpheus, 1 minute with a take-home line. Unfortunately, we've completely run out of time. So if you can just really get to what we should take home with us today. Ted?
to remember that it's not only about money and how that money will be divided among Africans and Afro-descendants. You have to remember that this is about also preventing further damage, further harm. Okay? So reparations should also take the form of systems change. For instance, you know about the veto power at the UN Security Council, which works against our interest. Could that be one aspect? There is an actively sponsored war in Democratic Republic of Congo. Could it be stopping such sponsorship? Could it also take an element of stopping imperialism and sponsoring the killing of our upright leaders? So it can take, and of course the World Bank and the IMF with the financial imperialism that we see, it can also be stopping such aspects. So beyond financial terms, it should also about stopping any further harm. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that was a lot of information, and some of the key things that I think I would highlight for us to continue to chew on. Number one is the fact that in this fight, there are a lot of tools in the toolbox, and we don't have to be confined to the spaces that we work in. We can also look for new and unprecedented alliances, including within the legal aspects, in the economic aspects, and in other areas the same. So I think this is really something for us to consider, how we can stretch out our tentacles and find new alliances and look at how we can push for some of these things. But also an emphasis then to say that because climate change is now cross-cutting, it means that even in our approaches to advocacy, we have to ensure that we're being inclusive of other areas as well. I think a question was asked, for example, on the reforms on how the L&D fund itself could be structured within the current global financial architecture. And I think that's something for us to consider as well, because on the sidelines, there are processes that are looking at the reform of the global financial architecture. And on the other side, we have the legal changes that are happening, which can all be married to justify why we need those changes, why we need to see localization of these resources. And these are opportunities for us to include this in our advocacy work. So just to give a special thank you to my panel and my presenters, if you could please give them a huge round of applause. And thank you, Alpheus, for joining us online, and for all of our participants online. We are now going to be breaking for lunch, and thank you very much to you all for paying attention and for engaging so well in this conversation. We can also give ourselves a round of applause. And then for me, of course, your wonderful host. Thank you.
Cameraman, family photo, and they asked to, Alpheus must join. So go to the other side. Alpheus, can you show your face? Yes. Thank you so much. Let's give them a round of applause. We're not doing very well on time, so we still want to go out for lunch and come back quickly in an hour, and then this is 12:45. Can we come back at 1:45 so we can continue with the rest of the program? So bon appetit. Bon appetit. Lunch, I think you receive coupons. If you don't have a coupon, pass through the desk when you're going outside, and then lunch is served in at the same place we had lunch yesterday. Please go and have your lunch and come back in 1 hour. Thank you.
Thank you too.
Maggie Muntari. Maggie Muntari. Maggie Muntari.
Wafuneka ndio sema.
Do we have someone from ACT here? Anyone from ACT Alliance? ACT. Whether it's ACT. Yeah, it's ACT, so we don't know whether it's ACT or ACT. You are the one. So you are the one making a presentation. May we all get seated, please? Those that are outside, let's get inside, please. Do we have Wycliffe? Wycliffe from Kenya. Lucy. I can Do we have Lydia Chiwambo from Zambia? Ah, you are here. Okay. And Felana from Madagascar. Oh, she's there. Okay. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I would like to welcome you to this afternoon session where we are going to have a session on delivering technical support for loss and damage. So, as a background to this session, as Africans, I think we are supposed to move from pledges that Julius talked about in the morning, and we should move to implementation. And if you look at the issues of access to finance alone is not sufficient. So the effective delivery of loss and damage action, it actually requires coordinated demand-driven technical assistance, especially when we want to develop loss and damage needs assessment, and we also want to develop bankable projects so that we can be able to access maybe the loss and damage fund that has been established. So the operationalization of the Santiago network for loss and damage actually presents an opportunity for African countries to strategically leverage on the global technical support while we are strengthening our domestic capacity systems. So this session, in terms of the objective, what we want to do is we want to examine the role of Santiago network for loss and damage in building the technical capacity in Africa. We also learn from other countries in terms of how they have accessed this technical assistance, or maybe how they have utilized this technical assistance from Santiago network for loss and damage. So we have actually representatives from Madagascar, Kenya, Malawi. For Malawi, actually, we have a participant from Chikwawa, which is one of the disaster-prone districts. And we also have a presentation from ACT Alliance, which is going to form the basis. We really need to know what Santiago network for loss and damage is, maybe before our country representatives do share the kind of technical assistance that they have actually received on loss and damage. So at this point in time, may I invite, is it Vincent? Yeah, from ACT Alliance, who is going to make a presentation. Vincent, thank you.
Hello, I think as Vincent is setting up, we have a phone. Someone forgot a phone in the restaurant. So if you are missing your phone, you can come over this desk to claim it. Remember the password. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon. I can see guys just came from lunch, and could we just stand up? Let us just stand up. Let me disrupt your peace. Stand up, just stand up. I see some people still sitting. Yeah, let us stretch. Stretch, just stretch. Okay, thank you. You can have a seat. So this afternoon we are going to discuss because I'm going to present some research findings around the work that we've done here in Malawi on loss and damage, just interrogating the policies and also the programs around loss and damage. But before then, I will just introduce myself. I'm Vincent Ondieki, Senior Programs Officer, Climate Justice, working for ACT Alliance. And I will be presenting on the structural and institutional arrangement to support loss and damage response at country level. So first of all, I would just like to bring to you this term because we've been hearing about it, loss and damage. But then there is no unanimously agreed definition of loss and damage under the UNFCCC framework. Reason being, first of all, liability and compensation challenges, because then it is tied to historical disputes. Besides that, there is also the aspect that in the Paris Agreement, Article 8, which speaks on loss and damage, it is silent because it does not provide a basis for liability and compensation. And that is the reason why we are speaking about loss and damage as a negative and precedented and compounding impacts. In most cases, they are irreversible kind of impacts. And based on that, we say that adaptation, loss and damage is as a result of limits of adaptation. If we cannot adapt, then chances of us facing loss and damage are very high. So the loss and damage that we currently experience is because we are unable to adapt, or adaptation failed, and then now we experience loss and damage. So the photo that you see there, that is Kenya a few weeks ago. We saw vehicles swimming. Have you ever seen a vehicle swim? Yeah, we saw vehicles swimming because then the rain was too much and the vehicles could not accommodate it. And that is what we saw, and people were trying to manage their losses. So that is one of the examples of loss and damage. In our context, that is what we were able to see. Now, why loss and damage is of interest? There are various reasons because of the urgency and the losses that we experience, like what we've just seen. The challenging and vulnerability realities that we see, and also the economic and non-economic losses that we currently observe. But as ACT Alliance, we've been working both at the global level and at the regional level, and we've done some quite of research just to understand how to address loss and damage at different levels, looking at different programs, which I'm going to share a little bit from now. Besides that, I would just like to set the tone by just giving a background of this loss and damage, because then we've been speaking about it since morning, but then do we really know the background? So first of all, this discussion began back in COP19, there where we now have the Warsaw International Mechanism. Maybe just to mention, because when we say Warsaw, what is this Warsaw? Warsaw is a name of a city in Poland where this conversation was taking place, and an agreement was agreed on the loss and damage mechanism. That is now the Warsaw, named as Warsaw International Mechanism. Now, the key goal was simply to broaden the global dialogue on the topic, and was also to share knowledge and expertise, and also extend financial assistance to poor countries vulnerable to climate change. And on the same, in the Paris Agreement, that is Article 8 of the Paris Agreement, where we have the loss and damage, where it is anchored. Still, there were discussions around which topics can be anchored on that. And under the WIM, we have early warning systems. We also have emergency preparedness, slow onset events, and the list, as you can see there. So these events were, or these topics are what always discussed around the WIM, because we've been mentioning it here, but we don't know what is really entailed in it. So those are some of the discussions that go there. But where I'm setting this or bringing this to our attention is that for us to know that when we are talking about loss and damage, there are topics which are very critical for us to look into as we transition to the aspect of addressing loss and damage. So in our research, we managed to see how we can sort both adaptation and loss and damage. As I said earlier, adaptation we know is adjusting to the already challenges, climate challenge that are already available, while loss and damage is of course what we experience around or in the limit of adaptation. When we cannot adapt, then we experience loss and damage. Now, looking at the diagram that I've just put there, you'll realize that adaptation does some few things. One of them, adaptation reduces vulnerability. That is the target of adaptation. The other target of adaptation is to enhance adaptive capacities, ability to adapt. And lastly, to strengthen to strengthen resilience. So once we are not able to do that, then we are likely to do what? To face loss and damage. But then it doesn't end there. Once we experience loss and damage, we can still go back to adaptation. We can still adapt. And this is where now we are speaking about building better. And by building better, we are now trying to go through the process of recovery, rehabilitation, and reconstruction. And finally, back to adaptation. So some of the initiatives that can help us, both before loss and damage takes place and even after, is what I've just listed there and what came out from the research. One of them is disaster planning, contingency planning, early warning systems, and implementation of shock responsible schemes. And beyond, we could also use mixed methods to promote alternative and diversified climate resilient livelihoods. And we also came up with loss and damage categories which were established. Simply planning, relocation, social practical programs. These are now practical actions that we need to take into consideration. Having said that, we now did another research which is very, very critical, especially for Malawi, and I know it's a cross-cutting kind of research that could be touching other African countries. And this research that we did was about loss and damage, focusing on the programming and policies. And in this research, we managed to reach out to various ministries within Malawi, civil society organizations, and even community members within both Lilongwe, Blantyre, and other parts of Malawi. Because I'm going to share the research, then I'm not going to really go deep into the methodology of it, but we can always have the report to read and understand more. But the purpose of the research was primarily to analyze the existing policies, programs, and goals regarding to climate-induced loss and damage in Malawi, review and assess current national plans and strategies, identify challenges in designing and implementing loss and damage, and finally, to provide actionable recommendations to improve policy frameworks and programming efforts. So these are some of the key findings that came out of this research. One of them is that there is a policy gap. While currently there is a legal framework like the National Climate Change Management Policy and National Disaster Management Policy, there is still a challenge when it comes to addressing the issues of loss and damage, because this policy does not really necessarily does not necessarily really speak to the issues of loss and damage. It is only speaking to adaptation and also mitigation. Financial gaps are also experienced in the sense that Malawi lacks a dedicated national funding mechanism like the loss and damage and resilience on and also the issue of unpredictable donor-supported humanitarian aid. There is also significant uncertainty about how the country will assess international funds. So those are among the challenges that the research found. The other one is on the issues of data and research gap. I know in the morning we had conversations around data here, and we could hear that that data is available, but then where it is the challenge, or people volunteering the data. But in this research, we realized that the government itself, they don't have much data when it comes to existing climate models are insufficient, knowing what are some of the economic and non-economic losses. So those are some of the findings that came out. There is also the issue of coordination, institutional coordination amongst the different ministries, leading to overlapping responsibility and insufficient resource use and unclear accountability is some of the things that came out. There was also the aspect of non-economic losses remaining largely unaddressed, and these could be issues to do with cultural heritage, biodiversity, mental health impacts, and also displacement linked to climate change. There was also the aspect of the early warning system. Even though it's being practiced, gaps still remain in reaching remote communities and translating climate information into accessible and actionable insights. So these are the key recommendations that came out of the research. One of them is developing a comprehensive national loss and damage strategy that is aligned with global networks and national development priorities. So Malawi needs this strategy because the strategy provides the priorities and also has the kind of areas that Malawi would want to look at when it comes to addressing the issues of loss and damage. There is also the aspect of establishing dedicated financing mechanism, because we realize there is none at the moment. I remember Charles yesterday giving us an example of Kenya and what they have established and the fund and how it is supporting people at the community level now that Kenya is, has adopted the devolved system of governance. Strengthening data systems to capture both economic and non-economic losses, because then if we know this, we know how best to address the challenges. Improving early warning systems and ensuring climate information reaches and is understood by risk communities. Also promoting inclusive community-driven approaches, that is also another recommendation, that integrate the local knowledge and strengthen participation in planning and implementation, because for a larger extent, indigenous knowledge and local knowledge in adapting to loss and damage is an area that has not really been explored. Building institutional and technological capacity across government. I remember Natasha yesterday mentioning here, and that is one of the recommendations she gave to the board around building the capacities to be able to write better proposals. Also the aspect of enhancing legal framework to protect vulnerable population and ensure accountability and climate justice. So finally, as I conclude, the implications that for structural and institutional arrangements that this research identified is that integration over fragmentation is one of the significant structural shifts that are required, where loss and damage must move from a peripheral concern to a core component of national planning, which simply now requires intersectoral framework that bridges the gap between disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation, because then we see there is a policy that addresses disaster risk reduction and adaptation. But then we need at least a framework that can bridge the gap between the two. There is also need for decentralized governance, where institutional arrangement must empower district level actors and local communities. Because the current one, top-down approach, often ignores the knowledge, the indigenous knowledge and coping mechanisms. Legal accountability, very critical. In the morning we also had this come out. There is need for a legal framework that mandates compensation and also provides protection for climate-induced displacements, which are currently absent from the Malawi law. And also need for structural resource allocation. In the sense that moving away from the ad hoc humanitarian response, which is normally done when there is a crisis, to at least a domestic and international, to at least independent, to at least a mechanism that can independently manage both domestic and international funds for long-term recovery and rehabilitation. This is very, very critical when we are talking about the structured resource allocation. So that marks the end of my presentation, and for further insight about the report, you can just scan that and you will receive the full report and with full insights around still the recommendation, the methodology of the research, and also get to know who are reached in this research, and finally to also get to know some of the key issues in a deeper details about the research. Yeah, I beg to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vincent. Another round of applause for Vincent. Yeah, so Vincent has provided actually research findings in terms of what Malawi on the status of loss and damage when it comes to Malawi. So I think we'll also hear from other countries what they are doing in terms of minimizing or averting loss and damage as the result of climate change impacts. So thank you so much, Vincent, but you can take a seat in front. So at this point in time, may I have the following panelists. Do we have Yolanda online from Mozambique? Is Yolanda from Mozambique online? I think we are done with the scanning, eh? Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, maybe as we are waiting for Yolanda, may I have Lucy Alfandika. So she's a community member from Chikwawa, like I said, and
So of course we've also had experiences of loss and damage. In the past season of our farming season, we had experienced a lot of drought, of which from our 116 districts, 84 districts were hit with drought. That meant that there was crop failure and issues of food security, and that affected about 9 million people. So that is in terms of the extremes of the climate shocks that we've experienced. So of course we've also noticed as a country that these experiences are becoming more extreme, very severe, and also you see that it's also unpredictable in terms of also what will happen in terms of the extremes. So you have the drought in this season, then the other season, like currently now with this rainy season, which is 2025-2026, we are now hit with the floods in most parts of the country. So the prediction is also quite unpredictable in terms of what extremes you have. So that speaks in terms of the information around weather information systems, in terms of the access of weather information, especially for the communities, and that is speaking to their livelihoods. So that has been part of the experiences. So we see also in terms of some of the gaps around loss and damage, apart from the information around the weather information system, climate information system, but also there's been issues around coordination among the key sectors that are in our adaptation strategies, where there's limited coordination around, and also insufficient data. I know this was quite some conversation, but when we bring in the aspect of at country level, we see that there is also insufficient data, especially around the risk assessments that has been done. So you could have some data that is more based on projects around climate vulnerability risk assessments and the mapping that is being done, but then we don't have a comprehensive picture of country level in terms of the risk mapping around the vulnerability. So those are some of the gaps. And also, even as we are discussing loss and damage, we are talking of also we need to have legal frameworks. So at country level, we've seen also, of course, we have policies, we have some legal frameworks, but we don't have what is really speaking to loss and damage. Of course, we've had just our Green Economy and Climate Change Act that was enacted in 2024. However, issues of loss and damage are very silent in this in our act. Just a few weeks ago, there was a launch of our risk settlement policy that is looking at disaster and how people could be compensated around with issues of disaster. These are also the documentations that are lacking the aspect of loss and damage. So these are some of the things that I could speak to in terms of the gaps, and also just how to assess, especially around the biodiversity loss. If you don't have information, if you can't quantify some of these, it becomes a challenge in terms of especially the non-economic loss. So that becomes an issue. You talk of soil erosion that is happening around the country due to the extreme weather patterns. So these are some of the aspects that I can highlight from the country perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lydia. Actually, you have raised a number of gaps that a few weeks ago, I was in Zimbabwe, where I was reviewing the BTR, and one of the challenges that they also raised was about the issue of they also need some technical assistance on risk assessment and the issues of how they can actually do the risk mapping and vulnerability analysis. So I think that one is a cross-cutting issue, and that's also something that maybe this conference can take as an action, as well as one of the technical assistance that maybe our countries need from the Santiago network on loss and damage. Thank you for highlighting that. And at this point in time, may I go to Madagascar, please.
Thank you. I am trying to speak in English, but
you can speak in French, and we have someone who is going to translate here.
I have prepared my intervention in English,
okay.
but maybe during the question and response.
Okay, fine.
Okay. So Madagascar is among the countries most vulnerable to climate change. We face, like Mozambique country, recurrent cyclones, floods, and droughts that severely affect our population and our economy. So to give you a concrete illustration, in 2022, Madagascar was hit by a series of cyclones affecting more than 960,000 people, and more than 120,000 houses were damaged, and over 150,000 hectares of agricultural land were affected. And total economic losses were estimated at over 300 million USD, representing a significant share of the national GDP. And in response to these challenges, Madagascar has actively received technical assistance regarding loss and damages. First, we have benefited from technical support in assessment methodologies from the UNDP program. So Madagascar conducted the post-disaster needs assessment following each major cyclones. And these assessments helped us to quantify damages and losses across sectors such as agriculture, housing, and infrastructure. These assessments played a critical role in prioritizing recovery, intervention, and mobilizing international funding for the country. We have also received capacity building support, always from the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction. During this capacity building support, our national experts have been trained to integrate loss and damage into the national disaster risk reduction policies. And in terms of data and risk analysis, our national expert also has strengthened its early warning systems with technical support from the multiple partners. And in addition, Madagascar has engaged, I think, like Malawi also, in innovative risk financing and insurance mechanism with African Risk Capacity Initiative And this initiative provides parametric climate insurance, enabling rapid financial disbursement in response to droughts and cyclone. So, in terms of successes, Madagascar has made tangible progress in recent years. We have significantly improved our capacity to quantify the loss and damage. We have also strengthened institutional coordination. But in terms of challenges, there are always challenges regarding the adaptation and the limited capacity at the local level, because only these national experts who have received their capacity building and training from the partner. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very clear, right? Yeah, they have shared some of the shocks that they have experienced, the kind of support that they received from various organizations, and how that one helped them to prioritize actually the recovery interventions for their country, the kind of capacity building support they received. They have also done that. And they are also receiving some support from Africa Risk Capacity. And Malawi has also managed to receive such kind of support as well. So at this point in time, I would like to go to our last presenter, who is Mrs. Lucy. But she will speak in Chichewa, but she will focus on the main challenges that the communities are facing in accessing assistance for addressing climate change. And she's also going to highlight some of the technical or financial support that they've received from various stakeholders. And if maybe there are any gaps in terms of the awareness or governance at that level. So I think you allow me also to speak in Chichewa so that we understand each other. So my Lucy takulandira net. Iniyo mukalo masuka ndipo chimene tufuna ifeyo mwafotokozere anthu kuti so even maiko ena aphunzire kuchokera ku Malawi kuno kuti kodi mukukumana ndi mavuto otani pamene mukukumana ndi ngozi zokhuzana mwa zizizi kamba kakusintha kwa nyengo zimene zikuchitika ku dera lanu, ndipo mwalandirapo maupangiri otani kapena zithandizo zotani kuchokera ku mabungwe osiyanasiyana, ndipo inuyo ngati kumudziko mumapanga chani kuti mupange address mavuto amene inuyo mukumana nawo? Zikomo kwambiri.
Zikomo kwambiri. Ine dzina langa ndine Lucy Alufandika.
Thank you very much. My name is Lucy Alufandika.
Kuchokera kwa Group Village Headman kwa Kolongo.
Coming from Group Village Headman Kolongo.
Tiye Ngabu kuchikwawa.
Authority Ngabu in Chikwawa district.
Kumwera kwa Malawi.
Southern Malawi.
Ine ndine mmodzi mwa malidi farmer.
I am one of the lead farmers.
Komanso ndine wa komiti ona ngozi zogwa mwadzidzidzi kubera kwathu.
But I'm also a member of the Disaster Risk Management Committee in my area.
Monga mena fotokozera anzanga amaliza kulankhulawa.
As my friends have already said,
ifeso kuchikwawa timakhudzidwa ndi ziopsezo zitatu zikulu.
We are affected by key three main disasters in our community.
Imodzi mwa iyo ndi ng'amba.
One of which is drought.
Mphepo ya mkuntho.
Cyclone.
Ndi madzi osefukira.
As well as floods.
Apa ndima makamaka pa madzi osefukira ifukwa kuti pakadali pano anthu ali mavuto ndi madzi osefukira.
Allow me to stress on floods because that's the disaster that we are experiencing at the moment.
Ndibwerera mbuyo pang'ono kuti muchidziwe Chikwawa amene chilili.
Allow me to give you a synopsis of Chikwawa district in relation to flooding impact.
Chikwawa chimangosintha na mavuto ng'amba chaka chino cha mawa madzi kuyambira 2016.
Since 2016, we have experienced recurrent different types of disasters in Chikwawa district. In 1 year you have droughts, and in the other year you have floods.
Ambiri mwakhala mukuonera pa ma TV ena kumvera pa wireless za Chikwawa.
Maybe some of you have heard about of these occurrences either by watching on TV or maybe listening to your radios.
Nse watu wa Chikwawa ochokera ku Blantyre.
For example, our road leading to Chikwawa coming from Blantyre
unatidukiranso malo atatu.
was actually damaged in 3 parts.
Unaduka pa Thabwa tikamayandikira pa Jeratu.
It was damaged at Thabwa area.
Pa Mwanza tikamapita cha kunchalo kuchokera ku Jeratu.
Mwanza as you head to Nchalo coming from Jeratu.
Unanyamulanso bridge ya Mikalango tikamachoka pa Nchalo kuti tikupita kwa Ngabu.
It also washed away a Mikalango bridge as we head to Nchalo.
Choncho chaka chinonso tilinso chimodzimodzi posawerengera za cyclone Idai ana koma lerolo ndima kwambiri pamadzi amene ali lero pompano.
So what I've given you are examples of impacts that we have experienced because of previous disasters, but allow me to give you the impact of the current disasters that we're experiencing.
Takati kulandira mvula kuyambira pa 15 mpaka na pa 19 March.
So we have been receiving rainfall in Chikwawa districts from 15 up to 19 of March this year.
Zomwe zinapangisa mitsinje kudzaza mpaka kuyamba kusefukira.
So this led to the swelling of rivers up to flooding.
Madzi anafika mpaka m'manyumba kumalowa ndi pa window kutulukanso ndi pa window.
Flooding entered our homes to up to window level.
Choncho miyoyo ya anthu ziweto katundu ngakhale ziwaya za ukitchen zatha kukokoloka.
Lives have been lost, livestock have been washed away, as well as fields have been damaged.
Panopa amabungwe anaima pang'ono amati akufuna atapeza podutsira. Chifukwa mtsinje unalota duka.
Currently, we are not receiving any direct support as there is no direct access since the road leading to our community has also been damaged.
Mwakufotokoza kwanga ndinafotokozapo zoti ziopsezo zitatu: mphepo ya mkuntho, madzi osefukira ndi ng'amba. Ndiye madzi osefukira amene akutenga, mmene ndafotokozera kuti atenga ziweto, mbewu ngakhale miyoyo. Ndiye pa miyoyo ya anthu miyoyo ina yatengedwa chifukwa cha madzi osefukira, pamene ena azikweza chifukwa cha nkhawa.
So as I said earlier on that we have been impacted in such a way that lives have been lost because people's lives were impacted, livestock have been lost, as well as crops were washed away. But allow me also to highlight that there are some people that have committed suicide because of stress. Because of the loss that has occurred with the impact from floods.
Yeah. Choncho pamavuto amathandizo athu kukafuna kuno kubwera thandizo amabungwe amatithandiza, koma mgwirizano pa mabungweyo mapezeka zoti mabungwe osiyana-siyana kupita kudera ndi thandizo lofanana-fanana.
We have been receiving support based on different occurrences of disasters that we have experienced in our community, but we have noted lack of coordination amongst organizations that come to assist us. For instances, we have had situations whereby different organizations coming to our area to assist us post disasters have actually come with the same kind of interventions.
Malo moti mwina mwake aone zoti anthu asimidwa athamangire chakudya, apezeka zoti bungwe uthamanga ndi mabigiri ndi mablanketi, ena aso mabigiri ndi mablanketi. Ndiye zinthu zijamo moti anthu ayamike zimaoneka ngati zosathandiza ifukwa munthu akufuna chakudya akukalandira bigiri.
So the community's voice in the disaster redress has not been respected. For example, our greatest need could be food, but you find different organizations coming with buckets of water and as well as blankets. So we want food, but organizations are coming with buckets and blankets.
kapena so chifukwa kuti anthu aja amabungwe sanamvesesane kuti kodi chikwawa kwakhudzidwa madzi nkuti kodi awa apita kwa Sekeni ife tipite kwa Makhwira, awa apita kwa Nkhwazi ife tipite kwa Kholongo. Mapezeka zoti mabungwe onse akungounjikana kwa Makhwira side ina yakuvutika ndi mavuto.
At the same time, we have also experienced a challenge whereby organizations do not conduct an assessment to actually find out which communities have actually been affected, and you find them all heading to one community area, despite that there are multiple communities that have been impacted by different kinds of disasters.
Komanso tikamati ngozi kuti gwera azanyengwa maulusa kuti chaka chino kugwa mvula yochuluka motere. Amabungwe amadziwa kuti kumunsi kwa chikwawa kumavuta madzi. Momoti mathandizo aja angokhalira monga ngati aunduna ona ngozi zogwa mwadzidzidzi. Amadziwa kuti madzi akasefukira kumachitika ndi chani, chimasowa ndi chani, titani. Zinthu zija zipitira kudera kuja. Zikamati zikufunika ngotenga kudera konko kusiyana kuti adziti thandizo lilipo koma tikuswa podutsira nsewu waduka.
We are very much surprised and concerned that normally under normal circumstances, early warning information is provided by the meteorological department, specifying the kind of disaster that is more likely to befall our communities. So instead of different response organizations sending help in advance, you find them waiting until the last minute so that the cut-off of road because of floods become as an excuse to not reach us with interventions.
Panthawi yakuchenjeza chifukwa yoti panopa tikudziwiratu ndi kusintha kwa nyengo, madzi akufika m'midzi foti mitsinje inakwilirika. Akufuna kwabwino anayo nthawi pamene azanyengo anayo kuti kugwa mvula yochuluka atithandizire kuti mitsinje ifukulidwe. Cholinga kuti madzi asadzapite kumene kukukhala anthu koma azidutsa mokhamo mmene muli njira zawo.
As we know right now, most of our rivers are silted up. It is very surprising that when the meteorological department has given an information of a looming floods, different organizations do not come through to help us at least to dig up our rivers so that water takes its natural course instead of deviating into people's homes.
Amenda nenera kuchedwa kwa thandizo kubwereza zothandizidwa komanso zoti madzi aja afuna atithere apapano akupita kumapeto. Miyoyo ya anthu yathedwa nzeru ali pa makampu kuti tikatani moyo winawo kodi tikuyamba bwanji kumbali azawo moyo maphunziro ulimi. Ndiye timafuna kuti mgwirizano ukhalepo pakati pa boma ndi amabungwe okwanisa kugwira za ulimi atithandize kumbali ya za ulimi, mbewu, zipangizo ndi zina zoterozo. Ndiye kuti azawo moyonso apange zawo zokhudzana ndi zawo moyo. Tikatero tizaona zoti amabungwe kupewa zija ndanena zija kuti thandizo likumangobwera lofanana ndiye kuti mbali ina iliyonse zikagwira mogwirizana ndi thandizo loti anthu akaliona amvese zoti apapa tathandizidwa.
Our key ask moving forward is interventions should not end with immediate response that is provided when disasters hit. Yes, we are migrated to shelters, we are given buckets and blankets, but perhaps help should also be extended beyond to make sure that our lives go back to normal. If our livelihood was affected in education sector, help should also be provided in kind to match the kind of damage that came through education sector. If it is health, the same interventions should also be matched so that post-disaster livelihood should be supported to go back to normal. We believe that this approach would also reduce redundancy that we see when different interventions come to different areas with less informed assessment of what we are actually experiencing.
Pamene tikubwereramu mera nendina zobwezeresazo ndiye tafotokoza zoti ena ali wasatenge mene angathere mera nene azanga mmene so ndikunenera apamu. Ndiye msewu si chinthu chophweka choti aku community anthu akudera ngaukonze. Ndiye aboma ndi ma stakeholders chonde tithandizeni kuchikwawa madzi ena aliwonse amene angadutse kuchokera 2019 2022 2026 uno msewu kungoduka. Ndiye tithandizeni ngati akutha kuduka M1 mungoganiza zoti kumadera komwe tikuchokera ife kumidzi kukuoneka bwanji.
We have a key ask in terms of mainstreaming loss and damage interventions. As alluded to earlier on, that almost each and every flooding disaster that occurs in our area, it cuts off our access points because roads are always damaged. Our key ask as we go back is to make sure that rehabilitations of infrastructure as roads, they should bear the face of loss and damage redress so that they become permanent. As you already know, there are some interventions that we can conduct on our own, but you already know other costs of maintenance, for example, such as that of road, require actually high cost. So we are asking government to intervene in terms of providing redress to some of the infrastructure that was damaged, but at the same time, the redress in itself should also respect the mainstreaming of loss and damage interventions.
Abukwe amene ndimathawukira nawo ntchito ngati sikoti 2024 atapezeka ndi ng'amba chikwawa anatapako ena omwe amagwira nawo ntchito enanso akudera kuti sitima membala asikodi kumathandiza pabanja ndi 70,000. Ndiye chaka chinonso nimadzosefukira wati mafuna kufuna kwabwino atithandizireso chimodzimodzi ifoti chikwawa ndi madera onse amene adusidwa madzi kuti chinjala choopsa ifoti madziwa awononga mbewu zochakale. Asikodi amatipatsa mbewu pothandizananso ndi mabungwe ena kwathu kuti mati Nyankhombo mthandizi ndi mapira oti ukadzala 60 days mapira aja ndi mmene mabwera madzi amalichi mapira aja namera ochaija kale mchenga kubwera nkudzakwiriraso soyenza kuti chomwe amadalira amalawi chawonongeka.
In 2024 we experienced drought, but lucky for us we have a partner in our community called SECOT. They have been our partner to help us alleviate the impacts of drought by providing households with monetary resources amounting to 70,000 kwacha. This money has actually benefited community members that are beneficiary of the projects that are being conducted by SECOT, but also beyond project beneficiaries. So in light of the current existing disasters, we are also appealing to well-wishers to come through and support us in kind, similar to what SECOT did in 2024. I'll give you an example of an in-kind support that we need, which crop items, millets. Yes, we are in need of in-kind support in terms of millets, because normally when we are faced with disasters like this, we are able to recover by planting millet in our fields, which only takes about 60 days to mature. So we are appealing to all well-wishers to help us in kind, more especially with millet, to help us in terms of achieving our food security in our community.
Choncho pali chinanso chomwe chimafokesa ku chikwawa matiye tili ndi tiye abu anamirana ndi tiye lundu
Ndio timalizise.
Ya ndio malizaso. Nde kwati ye lundu amabwezeresa chilengedwe koma malandira kandalama nditu pafupifupi 48,000 pa mwezi. Pamene kwati yenga amagwiranso chitukuko chomwecho chobwezeresa chilengedwe koma salandira kanthu. Ndiye akamayang'ana awa ndikukonzanso chilengedwe ndikusintha kwa nyengo awawa akumafoka. Ndiye timafuna zoti nyumba ino itithandize poti pali mabungwe osiyana-siyana kuti ngati kubwezeresa chilengedwe kungakhale ulere madera onse akhale ulere ngati kubwezeresa chilengedwe anthu adzilandira pa mwezi ndiye kuti kulikonse kumene kukudzalidwa mitengo bwezeresa chilengedwe anthu adzilandira koma awadziona awo akulandira awagwira chitukuko chomwecho ulere zikumakhala ngati zikufokesana zikomo kwambiri.
In conclusion, allow me to point out inconsistencies that exist in terms of incentivized programs in our area. For example, we have true traditional authorities where one traditional authority is conducting restoration efforts and they're able to be awarded with monetary resources as an incentive for such kind of efforts. in another traditional authority, you have community members conducting similar efforts but are not being incentivized at all. Such in itself is bringing inconsistencies and discouraging members. So perhaps our appeal to the House is also to look at into how incentives are attached to programs, so that if you are bringing projects to sister traditional authorities, it's either you incentivize all programs or you do not incentivize them at all. Thank you very much.
Tatogoza mama mwati. Tatogoza mama nga share. Abanga bwined. Yeah, so that's the beauty of actually integrating local voices, community voices into this kind of discussions. There's no theory. These are practical recommendations coming from our local communities, isn't it? Yeah, so thank you so much, our panelists. At this point in time, in case you have questions, comments. Yes, Red Cross. Anyone else? And Nkula? Yes, Gloria. I have Gloria and Mr. Pete there from Red Cross. And you can also, after Gloria, I think I can give 2 minutes to Senegal so that you can also share your experiences. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Yes, I would like also to reflect on the research that was presented earlier on, where it highlighted some critical gaps. And looking at the research, loss and damage is beyond the limit of adaptation, which is really true. And also looking at the capacities that various countries are in DRR, it tells a lot, especially on the magnitude of loss and damage. I can give an example for TC Freddy. The intensity and magnitude was so big and high in Mozambique, but Malawi lost a lot of people than in Mozambique. So it tells you that we really need to invest in DRR as the first point, because high investment in DRR would also contribute much to adaptation as presented in that research. And I would also, going back to the presenters here, indeed we need to look at responsibility, communities being at the center of focus and attention, as presented by Chikwawa, Madam Fumu Chikwawa there, data access and utilization, coordination, very highlighted there, as she mentioned that found that one organization is doing this, another doing this. And what has also not coming out clear, but it's very, very important, I've not even heard much in this conference, is anticipatory action. Because anticipatory action is well done, would significantly reduce loss and damage. So it's an area that, of course, is still novel, new, but it's an area that we really need to invest in anticipatory action. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Red Cross. I think that one was a comment, right? Yeah, I think it was a comment based on the findings from ACT Alliance. Yeah. May I have a mic?
Can I speak, Chichel?
Apanga translate Chiko.
Choyamba ndikuthokozeni kwambiri mai pobwera kuti fotokozera mene zinthu zikukhalira tikuziwa pena tikakhala kutali kuti sitinakhale kumaloko zimakhala zovuta kuti tione kuti zinthu zikukhala bwanji kwamwe tilongoswera mukuti ifenso tatha kumva nawo ngati kuti tili nawo konko kumva nawo mene niyo mukumvera kumudzi. Funso limene nali nayo mafuna ndifunse kuti kodi kukonzeka kwa anthu kapena kuti zokhazikitsidwa kumuzi zoti zingathandizire kuti ndalama kapena chithandizo chikafika ndi zotani kumudziko, chifukwa mwina vuto lilipo kapena kuti anthu sakulumikizana bwinobwino ndi anthu akumudzi kuti zifike moyenereka mu ndondomeko yake. Kwa amene akufunikira ndalamako mungaine kuti ndondomeko zilipo ndipo zikugwira bwino kapena muna zimathera pena pake and kwanthu siziwafika. I can translate it. My question was to ask that are there structures or are the structures intact that would facilitate the support that is needed to get to the communities and the communication between the communities and the people that would provide the support for them to have that exchange of knowledge and the resources effectively and in a timely manner? Because I got the sense that there's a bit of a disconnect between what the community needs and what they, at the timing that they also need it, with the support that is coming to the communities. So what is in place? Are there structures in place? Are they working? And what needs to be done to ensure that they are prepared to be able to access the loss and damage resources? And I think anyone else perhaps can answer if you have experience of working in that community.
Zikomo kwambiri. Mathandizo mafikiridwe yake ndopezeka koma pena akumakhala ngati akudodoma. Mbuyomu anthu akati aphinzika ngati 2019 othandiza mabwera kudzathandiza anthu ndi ma 150,000 kwacha pa household.
Yeah, sure. So thank you very much for your question. To answer it, yes, I would say communities have always received support, but it has not been consistent.
Koma apapa kwabwera njira zachizungu zogwiritsa ntchito mafoni. Ndiye anthu akukakamizika kungogula khadi nkumayimanga pansalu. Akabwereka foni ya munthu mundionere ngati ndalama zanga zalowa. Ndiye anthu aja kumadandaula kuti ndiye bolanso zachikale zomwe zichati malandira nkumapeza thandizo. Yeah.
We have, for example, received monetary support, and the approach in the past would be, for example, an amount, let's say, equivalent of 150,000 kwacha coming to a household. But because of advancement in technology and, of course, approaches to also curb corruption, we have seen a migration from pet cash give out to rolling out of mobile money transactions. But that in itself is also proving to be a challenge to the communities, because communities are being forced to either buy a SIM card or borrow a phone to be able to be beneficiaries of such interventions happening at district level.
Kapena ndifunse kuti mene mnafotokoza kuti pena mmafunika kuti mukumbe mitsinjeje kuti madzi adutse. Mungadziwise bwanji kuti thandizo limene mukufunikira ndi limene lolo pakadali panopa ndipo libwere chifukwa tikubwera madzi. Ndipo iwo amapezeka bwanji kuti akubwera kukuzani kuti posani ma 150 kapena tikumba nanu limodzi kapena tipeza anthu okumba. Zimenezo zimachitika motani?
Zikomo kwambiri.
I just wanted to find out, earlier on you alluded to the fact that sometimes maybe there is a mismatch between the kind of help that you receive in relation to the immediate community needs. With an example where you might want as community members to dig up a silted river. How do you, for example, set up a communication channel between your needs, immediate needs before disaster occurring, and people of goodwill and organizations to make sure that the kind of help that you need is indeed that has come to the communities to help you carry out community level interventions that would help you be resilient to disasters?
Zikomo kwambiri. Ngati abungwe lina ena swali momwe muno ndikumaona kuti ma uniform anatithandize fokulira kusikwa lero mtsinje wathu wakwiririka kwambiri. Ndiye tinapempha ko daiki ndiye anatiyambira kuti ife sitikwanisa mtsinje wonse koma tikhoza kukwanisa kandime kokwana 8 miliyoni. Koma sitikupasani pamanja sititana acheya komiti koma tsegulana account ndalama zezilowa. Kena komudzi tilembera zofunikirazo tiziziona ife kuti tidzitsatana ndiye tinayambira limodzi. Koma ngati katundu obwereratu kuti anthu akaphinzika athandizi timadalira skulu panopa kuijekechoninso kwavuta kuti maphunziro tikumasokoneza. Ndiye mithawira ndiofunika zoti ngati mathandizo apadera-dera mithawira m'madera amwe ikhalemo.
To give an example of an intervention that we have been able to carry out before, there is an organization that is in this room.
Amena kumanga daiki. Akonseni.
Yes, to give an example of direct requests to give an example of a direct intervention where we request for resources to be assisted. Concern has been able to follow that approach where we had requested resources to help us with the construction of a dike, of which they were able to support us with a financial capacity to open an account, and also with financial literacy where our interventions in the construction of the dike were monitored. So that would be an example of an intervention that is happening between the communities, as well as with a direct collaboration with organizations like Concern. But we are still short in other areas. For example, right now evacuations, in terms of evacuations, we are still utilizing school blocks, but currently we're experiencing challenges because we are being barred from using such approaches. So perhaps it's also a call to this house to look into issues like those to see how best such anticipatory action can actually be considered in advance before disasters occurring.
Thank you very much. So I'll give you 1 minute. 1 minute. Patrick, 1 minute. 1 minute and 2 minutes to Senegal. That's it. Thank you. Yeah, that young man, yes. 1 minute.
I'll spend half.
So my to 10 seconds.
Moyang kura bueno kwa biri. The phone say, but for the sake of the others, let me now switch to English. I wanted to ask one question. The government of Malawi is, of course, planning to submit a proposal, of course, to access loss and damage, funds, and that was mentioned by the government authorities here yesterday. But I wanted to understand, at your level, back in the village where you are, how well are you involved, especially when such proposals are being crafted?
Okay, so maybe before she responds, I think she will respond when we are winding up. Okay? So just take note of the question. And I think okay, fine, thank you.
Zikoma kwambiri mai chifukwa cha kutambasula kwanu kwa pamwamba. Funso langa ndiloti kuzera mu msonkhano uno tikuziwa kuti boma lathu la dziko la Malawi panopa ndithu likulemba ndondomeko yoti ipange ma project osiyanasiyana pa nkhani yokhuza loss and damage. Ndimangofuna nditamvesesa kuti kodi boma pamene ikupanga ndondomeko imene iyi yofuna kupempha ndalama za loss and damage kuja amati ku body ya loss and damage fund, inuyo ngati anthu akudera mukutengapo gawo lanji mu ndondomeko imene iyi yobwera ndi project imene cholinga chake ndikufuna kupempha ndalama zoti zithale ndi mavuto amene inuyo mukumana nawo kudera? Kodi mumayitanidwa mwina kuzokambirana za ndondomeko zimenezi olo kapena ndondomeko yemu kuiziwa nkomwe? Zikoma.
Ndauti muyankhete. Okay, chabwino. Yes, young man.
Okay, mai bebani mafana ndifuse fuso la mafana ndiladziwa kwenikweni kuti ayinyamara komaswana mudzi mwanumu akukhala bwanji pano pakali panopa in terms of mbali ngati za maphunziro za umoyo komanso moyo wawo tsiku ndi tsiku. In English, how are children and youth in your village doing right now in terms of education, health and daily life? Thank you.
Thank you. I think she will respond. Patrick.
Thank you so much. Mine are just maybe comments, not necessarily questions. So the first one I think is to do with the complaint that she provided at the end, where others that are working on restoration efforts are getting something, while others are not getting anything. So I think she shouldn't worry so much, because I think the government is also working on something related to that. I'm saying this because we are working on a payment for ecosystem services model for the Shire River Basin. So those that are working on proper landscape management practices who should be getting something. So it's something that is being discussed, so it's not yet concluded. But my other comment, I think, is on there are so many complaints out there from all those countries that have talked, and the only way out is through projects. Can't we think otherwise? Can't we do business as usual? Forget about projects and do things differently. So maybe that's something that we can think and discuss how best we can do that. Thanks.
Thank you, Patrick. Simu up. Asmaka 1 minute. Simu na imike nkulu. 1 minute.
Ndithokoze kwambiri chifuka chakufotokoza kwanu kwabwino mayi. Ndikhulupirira kuti mwina kumene muli uko kumene mwachokera ndinunso mwina ache a committee. Funso langa ndi ili. Ngozi zikagwa zazizizi makamaka kukhuzana ndi za kusintha kwa nyengo. Azimayi ambiri ndi amene amavutika. Inuyo muli mu committee. Kodi kupatula inuyo aliponso azimayi ena muchikwawa amene nawonso akutengapo maudindo ngati mmene mulili inuyo makomiti kapena ndinu nokha? Zikomo kwambiri.
Thank you, Mr. Smaka. May I have Senegal? 2 minutes.
Madam Moderator, I have 2 questions.
Oh.
Yeah, to Madagascar and to Vincent.
Madagascar and?
Vincent. Vincent.
Okay.
Acte Alliance. To Felana, peut-être j'ai une question par rapport au Madagascar. Au vu des différents risques que vous avez décrits tantôt, est-ce qu'aujourd'hui vous avez prévu peut-être de soumettre une demande de proposition au Santiago Network? Qu'est-ce que vous en pensez aujourd'hui? Parce que je crois qu'en Afrique, il y a actuellement le Kenya et la Namibie qui l'ont fait. Le Kenya qui a fait peut-être une demande assez ambitieuse, il faut le dire, parce qu'au-delà de faire l'évaluation, ils ont allé jusqu'à faire la modélisation des pertes à l'horizon 2035, je crois, ou bien 2030. Namibie également peut-être a fait tout ce qui est architecture financière et autres. Et pour le Madagascar, peut-être qu'en est-il actuellement? To Vincent, maybe I have a question. Between the different limits you notice in terms of technical, in terms of institutional or political limit, how is your recommendation or your key advice for the different countries in Africa allowed or want to submit a project in a BIM, a Barbados implementation modalities? But I know the same phase or the same Malawi phase, it is the same also, or are it the same for the different country or African country? We lack of data. We didn't have a policy visibility addressing latent damage. Maybe what is the key recommendation for you for the different African country?
Our translator.
For Madagascar, mate.
Yeah, I know it's for Madagascar, but we are supposed to at least understand what the question is.
In fact, the first question was addressed to Madagascar. In fact, it was just specifying that Madagascar faces a lot of challenges. There are so many natural disasters that hit Madagascar. So he was interested to know if they have made any application to the Santiago network for maybe any kind of assistance, because he cited an example of Namibia and also the example of Kenya, countries which have in fact made an application for some assistance. So has Madagascar made any application in that regard to Santiago network?
Okay, thank you very much. So I think we'll have Madagascar, you respond to that question. Then I'll give actually 1 minute to Yolanda in case you have your final words, or maybe there's something that you forgot to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. Of course, yes, we are going to apply because as I said earlier, that we have so many challenges despite this training that we have gained before. But of course, yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
zikomo kwambiri.
Thank you very much.
Ndiyambe ya ndondomeko ya ndalama zona zobwezeresa zomwe zawonongeka.
I would like to start with the loss and damage question, whether we are involved in the process of the development of the proposal.
Ineyo kuyimiriranso akomiti anzanga pa ndondomeko yobwezeresa zonongeka ndi zotayika. Lero nkoyamba sodziwa zoti kumakhala program imene.
This is my first time actually to know that conferences like this happen.
Timangodziwa za VABU, Village Action Plan. Timathera pamenepo.
All we know is what we call a village action plan, and our interventions is mainly limited to that.
Kuna fusidwa funso loti kodi achinyamata pamavuto amene wakupezapo thandizo lotani. Tilibe thandizo lopezekerato lokhudza achinyamata okha. Thandizo likapita kudera likungopita ngati pa household okhudzidwa bigiri blanket net akatero basi athana nako kwa kholongwa kuthamanga kwa nkhwazi.
To answer your question on the youth interventions that are being done in relation to support that comes to the communities, there is no specific support that is related to the youth. Mainly interventions are done at household level without necessarily segregating that this is going to the youth, children, or someone else.
Ena nafusa zoti kodi zomwe ndikupanga patozi ngati kuyimirira azimayi akudera azimayi anzanga sokumudziko amatha panopa tikungozindikirisidwa kumene maka kwathuku mzimayi niona ana ndi katundu wa pakhomo ndiye pang'ono ndi pang'ono amabungwe akuyenda kumazindikitsa kuti munthu angathe mzimayi ndi munthu pamene amodzi tayambapo kutumphuka kuti ndikhoza kukafika ku PICC nkukanena mavuto akuchikwawa.
To answer your question, on whether there are other women apart from myself that are also taking a lead on issues of loss and damage advocacy, no, there hasn't been so much intervention in terms of putting women in lead. But we are grateful to the support that we are receiving from different organizations that now are beginning to raise the voices and women representation in spaces like this. As you can see, I'm actually here at BICC.
Okay, thank you very much. Yolanda, 1 minute. Yolanda, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Discussion, and from our discussion we have also seen that the countries that have actually shared some of the challenges that they are facing when it comes to the issues of accessing technical assistance on the issues of loss and damage. They've also shared the success stories, and even our community participant here, she has shared the practical recommendations. And one thing that I've noted from this discussion is that Malawi is developing that project, the project that we are developing on loss and damage, and the communities that are saying that they are not aware of that project that you are developing. So I think it's my plea to government that make sure that you involve the communities when we are developing this kind of interventions. A round of applause to our panelists. We need a family photo. Yeah. Yolanda, can you beam Yolanda? She should be part of our family photo. This is history. Yolanda, can you turn your camera on? Oh.
adaptation. And we are looking at localizing technical assistance through the operationalization of SNLD. I will not dwell much about the Malawi Red Cross. You know Red Cross as an organization, wherever you are, whether you're in Mozambique, Zimbabwe, whether Ethiopia, so you know Red Cross. So I will not say who we are. And also I will not talk much about what Malawi Red Cross is doing in terms of strategic pillars. But I'll focus much on the some of the locally led initiatives that we are currently implementing with communities at the center of it all, and also building on the support that we are receiving. So we talk of scaling up locally led adaptation project, and this project is funded by Global Climate Resilient Platform Fund with technical assistance from the IFRC. Another project is on community climate action. This project is funded by Belgian Flanders with technical assistance from Belgian Red Cross. Then the last one is Ensure Resilience. This Ensure Resilience project is a trigger-based finance solution for extreme flooding events. It's somehow like a novel project funded by Africa Risk Capacity, ARC, and the Ensure Resilience Solutions Foundation, ISF. Danish Red Cross and IFRC Climate Center are providing the technical assistance. The motivation. So we are promoting locally led, integrated, and climate smart approaches that strengthen community resilience to evolving climate risks. Building on the Madam from Chikwawa, we really need to bring communities at the center and strengthen the resilience at that level. So leveraging on enhanced vulnerability capacity assessment as a gateway to designing local centered projects, and also determining how resources are spent at that level. Moving decision making from national to local. That's locally implemented projects, locally planned, and also locally managed and locally owned. As local as possible, as internationally as necessary. What do we mean here? Catalyzing technical assistance, because yes, we need the technical assistance, but we need also to transfer the expert knowledge to the local context. That's very, very important. Why localization matters? Local realities differ as floods, drought, cyclones affect communities differently. Would even say these affect countries differently, looking at the information that we have been receiving in Africa. Ownership and sustainability, local actors must lead in adaptation and also recovery efforts. We need to bridge global frameworks with local action in a way that SNLD provides structure, but also localization ensures relevance. The question is, how can we operationalize SNLD? So looking at the technical assistance pathways, demand-driven support, that's local actors articulating needs, embedded expertise, advisors working within local institutions, knowledge exchange, that's peer-to-peer learning across regions, capacity building, that's training local leaders in disaster risk reduction, climate finance, and also resilient planning, strengthening community-based early warning systems, very important as well. Looking at data, we have discussed data and the evidence here, localized loss and damage assessments, and also community-driven monitoring and reporting at that level. Looking at also building and capitalizing on lessons, trust and legitimacy of local actors, accelerating uptake, flexibility in technical assistance, ensures responsiveness to evolving needs, and also looking at strong coordination mechanisms. These were also highlighted in the last sessions. Challenges that local institutions are facing: limited local capacity for climate finance access. It has been a discussion this week. How can locals access this climate finance? Fragmented coordination between national and subnational levels, and also lack of sustained funding beyond emergency response. Some of the recommendations that we are trying also to share here: we need to institutionalize SNLD processes within the national disaster management frameworks. We need to invest in the local terrorism capacity building for subnational actors. We need to strengthen partnerships, ensure continuous feedback loops from local to national levels. And in conclusion, localizing technical assistance through SNLD is essential for effective, sustainable, and equitable response to climate-related loss and damage. We need to demonstrate how trusted local actors can operationalize global frameworks at the community level. So moving from global to community, scaling up localized approaches to ensure no community is left behind in the face of climate impacts. Those are some of the interventions that we are working with the local communities. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, thanks so much.
Thank you. So I think we've heard a lot from yesterday, today, and one thing that's actually coming out is that information is there. We need to consolidate it, synthesize it. So I want to start with an exercise for the audience. I think we've had a lot of opportunity to speak to the panel, but we all haven't had a moment to actually come up with some ideas. So I have 3 questions for the audience. Number 1 is, we've been talking capacity. Since yesterday, today, we've spoken a lot about capacity. So, in your tables, I want you to come up with 3 capacity gaps that we need to strengthen in order to actually actualize the Santiago network on loss and damage. So 3, you have 2 minutes to discuss, and then one person should present what those 3 should be. 2 minutes. If you're seated alone at the table, please join these 2. Join these 2 over here, or join these 3. You're not free of this. So I would also want 1, just to see if we have a match between what the audience is thinking and what we are thinking as the major capacity gap. We are down to 1 minute. Are we ready to present? Or would you like to change rooms? I see discussions are still going on. 2 minutes is not enough. Yes. 3 panelists are not enough. Martha, how long do we need for your table? 3 you did. This is the technical team. This is the technical team right here. 1 more minute, and then I'll hand over the mic so that I hear the opinion from the tables. I'm handing down the mic. Julius, are we ready? Okay. You have been awarded as the first team to present. You have not finished. You're overachieving. I think give the other ones, and then if something has not been mentioned.
Okay, yeah. So these overachievers have come up with, number 1 is development of proposals. So that is on human resource, on the skills. The second is risk assessment capacity, the lack of risk assessment capacity. The third is loss and damage event assessment. That is the tools, the lack of tools for assessment. Fourth is no meaning in the Santiago network, including the distance and travel expenses representation, but meaningful. Yeah, yeah. And the fifth is research data and evidence.
So I would say for the Santiago network, another thing is local, should I say the community part of it? Because oftentimes it's always the national government. I think that's what we discussed in the room this morning, that there is that, so it has the top approach, but there's no top to bottom where it actually gets to the communities or gets to local government. So I think that's something that we also need to think about. And the lack of the African expertise where you have more of the global north and not the global south. So I think it's very important that we have that as well. Thank you.
Maybe one. Maybe one more comment, especially our Santiago network, and I'm very, very emotional about this because there was an assessment that was done regarding hosting of Santiago network. And all indications and that scientific process that experts went through actually placed Nairobi as ideal location for that particular fund. How it went to Geneva, nobody knows. But I'm told Geneva said they had some little bit of money and somehow they bought that particular opportunity. So it's also about procedural justice. And I think that kind of empowerment is important. If a fund is dedicated somewhere in the continent, then it must actually be an institution, sorry, not a fund. If it is actually, poised for a given particular country in Africa, then that must not be taken away from us.
I'm very happy you raised that point because that was my next question to the team. But let's get opinion from others. Oh, I've been called. Keep it to 3.
3? Okay, it's okay. I think in our understanding, I think we will select the 3. Number 1 is the issue of synchronizing the data that is there with the application to the projects. We feel there might be a lot of data, but how to apply it is a big gap. We also looked at, I think the woman from Chikwawa has ably said there's need of more awareness of these terms and the practices, so that it relates to the life at the grassroots as you go up. The third one, of course, is similar to what the other group said, the issue of risk assessment. I think there is still a wide gap, because some of the risks sometimes go unnoticed. Thank you. You said 3.
I will collect all that you have written. 3. It's your moment.
Thank you. So for this group, we identified the 2, but we are contemplating on the 3rd one. So the first one is quantifying the non-economic losses. We see it as a gap because I think I've heard a lot of presentation. Research has been done, but that one is still not conclusive to date. The second one, I think it has already been alluded to other groups. I'll just mention it. We are saying loss and damage data for evidencing. Still not clear this far. But lastly, we are also looking at the gap within the government structures, like at the district councils. We thought maybe the DRM, disaster risk management officers, would be part of the process to understand this, Diego, and on loss and damage. So we were just consulting people from the government to say, do we have those structures now? I hear there is that gap. So that would be number 3 in our group. Thank you.
One point maybe? Yeah, I think it's so interesting to see the alignment or the coherence between the different policies. I know in my country we have a policy regarding the disaster risk reduction relevant in the Sendai framework, and also we have a policy in the social protection, but it is sometimes the same. And also we have the NDC treat also the loss and damage and adaptation. And I think in the national level, like the international level, we need to have a coherence between the different policy treat also disaster risk, social protection, climate adaptation, and loss and damage.
We are in alignment, eh? The priorities are many. Party of one. Would you like to give your input?
I think my takeaway has been that we're still finding our way forward with loss and damage. I think there's a lot of questions. So I think it's going to be an interesting year to take this forward for the first time. You know, clearly there's a very significant sort of climate justice issue underlining loss and damage, and we need a clear position to take forward to COP32. But yeah, I think the way is not so clear. But I think that we've got to. It's about sort of learning together, failing forward, as they say. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see what comes out and where this goes.
There we go. I'm moving on to my second question before I move to the panelists. And the question is, for us to actually legitimize now your field, the Santiago Network, what should be done for Africa? How many minutes should I give this table? We have our legal representation here. 3 minutes. Are we ready?
or the different disasters that are there within their locality. This also help in terms of preparedness for them to prepare better by reducing harm and building the community resilience themselves. Then we also focus much on the risk assessment gap. We are focusing that this will help to understand the vulnerability in terms of different damages that are there in the community or the different calamities. We talk about maybe issues concerning the floods as well as the dry spells. So if you really know the gaps that are there, will also help in terms of informing or planning, whether for the support or any decision making within the community or at the district level. Yeah, so we are also focusing on the loss and damage versus the overall climate change. As the community or the members needs to understand this, the whole concept. By knowing it, I think this will also focus in terms of focusing on the impact of the disasters that may also be there, as well as it also help in terms of target action by addressing the specific harm at a particular locality when it has been hit by the disasters. Then I think the last one could be the information in terms of support. When the communities have been hit by the different calamities, there will be no there will be an option to know where to get the support. It could be either from the government or even from the any partners that may also help in terms of reducing their impact in their communities. Thank you.
A louder hand than that. I don't think I need to add in any final words from me, but I think one takeaway from myself is, as we look at national structures, let's not forget where the impact actually is and ensure that the local voices are represented. We have heard a lot about national level gaps, but as the speaker from Balaka has said, we also need to look at the district level and the community level challenges and make sure that they're reflected in our prioritization. So with that, we've come to an end of the session, unless there are questions or contributions from the people online. Okay. Apparently the session was so good, there's still some contributions.
I would like to maybe buttress a few issues about the Santiago network. I think that's the one that we've been dealing with. Especially those of us who are from Malawi, are we aware of technical working groups and sector working groups? We're aware? I was just thinking out aloud to say that those could be some of the stepping stones for us to legitimize or actualize or utilize or put into effect the Santiago network and all the capacity gaps that we may have noted in our maybe quest to get financing for loss and damage. Those platforms comprise representatives from all the partners that we have as the government. Talk of the UN Resident Coordinator's Office and UN agencies. You talk of the DCAFs, that's the Donor Committee on Agriculture and Food Security. You have the World Bank in the DCAFs, African Development Bank, WFP and the like. So CSOs, I don't know whether Bwana Ngoma is part of that, is actively involved in those platforms. Bwana Julius Ngoma, Sisonec. But just to stress that we have platforms through which we can push some of the agenda items that we might have as a network. We can't go straight to government always, but once government presents these platforms, let's make good use of them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think I'll treat this as my closing remarks. He has done it on my behalf. I would like to personally thank you all for your engagement, and going with the flow in contributing with the session. I think it has been enriching, and thank you. We can break for tea, but since Julius did not ask for a family photo, I'll ask for one for myself. Yes, I need a family photo in memory of the good session, because we've had very good summarizers here. I'm breaking that.
I'm glad that they say
because you don't know the meaning. Until you become an adult, now you're like, eh! Because my God, great. You look for nice makeup. I made it. One last day, we are almost there. No. I'm looking forward to the weekend because of work. But remember, when you're here, the work doesn't stop. Exactly. So you're like leader here. So there.
Which one? Then that's it. All the games that I had the last 3 weeks, guys, now just 2 days here. I had the hibiscus juice for breakfast. Oh, so good. I mixed it with the baobab. The honey hibiscus juice. So that's what I had in my cup all day today. Oh, it was very good. Yes. V, then do the project with Jabu. Would you like what? Really? I don't stay here. I stay in Toronto. First I gotta leave in Cape Town or what? Victoria, and then the next week is alright. Cape Town, eh? But how is it? Because like a 30-minute flight. What is it? Oh, it's just smaller, but here it's nice because there's a lot. I thought there's a lot more economic activity going on. Yeah, because you see here, you had a lot of NGOs and INGOs, etc. So you've got a bustling economy. Atlanta is very small. But also they don't care about, because here you know you've got nice restaurants. For me, I can find a favorite place to go, something to do over here every day of the week. You can find something. Atlanta, you go to the same places, you meet the same people everywhere all the time. So you never see them. In fact, in Malawi, we never see them. But for me, if I did it, 2017. Really? Like who? That one. Not him, but yes, the family. So it was that They make sure that we
They don't find themselves, they live in the same community house, like they are very close knitted. Ah! I'm very individualistic. We are Europeans when it comes to we are very individualistic.
we don't like to see others like, so we don't want others to get ahead of us.
Well,
I don't know what
however
it
you
is.
don't feel there's nothing there. That thing is bringing your tummy. I don't know.
Find away from the oil.
There's no oil there. You're not bringing your tummy. You're just eating it there. There's an expectation. She's quite big. I'm like, look, eat your eat, and drink this much.
So I used to do my chicken. I just then I don't say that. Let me go back to my music.
Why? Go away. When they go away, you are happy for them. Yeah.
So, but you know, he was aware that he has a problem. He could have gone down. But he does not acknowledge it as a problem. So you can't stop something like that. So the next time you kill me, I won't be able to have it done. So I cannot do that. But if you want to give me help, I can do it for you, but he doesn't want help. So, it's crazy. Let me die in my own house. This is what we think of. I'm dying when the time comes, but I must die by God's hand, not by a man's hand. No, they're rubbish. I had my son was 5 years old, was 4 years old when I met him. I discussed with him. Like they say the food, like that. That's why I think that. Well, now we share, but when I left the school, a 4-year-old child said, no, you can't go, I can't take it. But I had decided that that's true. I cannot compromise on integrity. Because, funny enough, when that case came out, that one lady, the judge in one, when it came out that she was very corrupt, she had a child court, I started thinking that imagine if I was involved and now people were making my name that I also had bribed her. So, I've accepted that, you know. So there's things that God does that you can never understand, just one. So now we're preparing him at Ben. Now it's with his natural down. I think he also saw that I can't do it alone, and the child, he can't raise the child by himself. So now he tells that, you know, I don't want to take the child from you. And I love my job. There's no way I want to see it as tired. Me, I just feel like I want to see it tired. So this is just a bit slow. But if I'm new with it, I can so now it's done. So now we do, when I'm around Malawi, then usually, then, so at least now I've been doing that to give, when I get to it, and I'm going to get to maybe 2 weeks, but initially, How do you like our Malawi mandas?
Yeah, when we tried it here, she said glorious. I think this guy has like a politician. Jam.
From the looks of it.
It's not bishop, it's politician. It's not politician, it's jam.
Hey, were you here when he was reading his Bishewa, when he said his Bishewa question?
No.
My dear, this one. This is how your president got you like this. It could be two musa. It could be two something.
Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we want to close, but we want to close in style by inviting the three chairs in front to just share with us what they have discussed in the different groups for not more than 3 minutes, and then we will close. So I invite Pasha. If Pasha is not going to make a presentation, then I think Pasha has to choose which one from the group. I'll invite the children. Who was leading the children group? John? Who was leading the children group? Yeah? Tarcisio? Or Lisa? Lisa? Okay. And then the third one, the third group. Can I have Tuapasha in front, and can I have Crispin Javula and also Enoch Juma? Crispin and Enoch Juma. Where is Enoch? He's not done. No, they'll find us. So we'll need Pasha and Crispin. Just give us a sense of what you've discussed in the different groups, not more than 3 minutes. Just top line. What is it that is coming out very clearly from your discussion? So thank you so much. I don't know who is starting. You start, and maybe you can have a seat there.
All right. Good afternoon, group. I hope you had very fruitful breakaway sessions. So I'll be very brief. For our group, we discussed the Santiago Network on loss and damage, and we looked at two key things: how to make it operational for Africa, and the challenges or the gaps that are there. So we had a very long discussion and a lot of input from the participants themselves. So just to summarize, I think one key thing is that there's need for an understanding of what the Santiago Network for Loss and Damage is, also to elect focal persons at country level, so that, and build the capacity of the focal persons. Issues of understanding the local context and also translating it into national language. In terms of technical assistance, African experts for African problems. So look within the region for where the expertise is and build the capacity from within Africa. We talked about changing the housing of the network from wherever it is to a country that's climate crisis impacted. We talked about regional gaps and data deficits. I've already spoken about the limited understanding, I think, across the board, and building that capacity. And then look at long-term support at national level, but also greatly reflecting the community and district levels. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. Representing our group that was discussing on leveraging regional platform for knowledge, data, and access to technical assistance expert. So, in our group, we were discussing a number of issues concerning data, particularly on the assessments around the loss and damage issues. And there are key things that we had agreed, and we are hoping that they will go to be part of the action plan. So the first one, we agreed that looking at the importance of data and the assessment and everything that is there, we agreed that Dodoma should take lead at a national level to Department of Disaster Management Affairs, like an example of Malawi and probably in other respective countries, that they should take lead in data sharing and also data mobilization at a national level, so that all data about all issues of data about loss and damage has to be found and be at one place, particularly under this particular office. We also agreed that civil society organization should take an active role, particularly at supporting the grassroots and the youth, because we need to ensure that the citizen data has also been captured. Because you realize that the data that is being gathered at a national level cannot have specific issues on the households and the impact of climate change on households level. So probably we need to, civil society will need to begin to mobilize the young people to support in the data mobilization. But also civil society organization also supposed to take the national approach to also mobilize and coordinate data sharing and mobilization at a national level. I think that is also very important. We also agreed that all projects that are being undertaken under loss and damage, the information has to be declared to the Department of Disaster Management Affairs, so that we should have that data on all these reports and all this impact on the projects, because this is one of the requirements that is there. Another issue that we also agreed on is that when we are talking about data, we must be willing to make investment in it. Otherwise, we'll talk about this issue like forever. So we need to start making investment into it. So number one, we need to start seeing governments making a deliberate efforts to institutionalize data sharing and mobilization. So that has to be done. Currently, most of the countries are doing it project-based, and we are missing out on the data. So we need to see governments having institutional arrangements so that data collection is enhanced. To that effect, it is our plea through Dodoma and Sisonek, Julius, that I think all countries have to apply for the $20 million money that is there, so that maybe this can be a resource that can already begin to support countries to invest in data. So we'll be expecting that this should be an action point that has to be picked, and we can explore this opportunity that maybe coming next year we can begin to see some improvements in data arrangements. I think basically those are the key things that we had discussed in our group. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do you have any questions to Pasha? Anything that needs clarity?
Saying once they finish, because the gender will also present, no? Yeah, so once they finish, maybe since we were not in the other groups, we can contribute with comments, suggestions, yeah.
So they are saying you should go and sit, nothing. So thank you so much. But for, is there any, where are you going, Crispin? Is there any question or comment on data related issues for Crispin? You have? No, I think we will close here. The gender group are still discussing, so I don't know whether we need to wait for them until or we close. So thank you. Yeah. So you have question for him?
Comments, actually. If you want to sit with us here. Yeah. No, just comments, Julius, on localization. As you know, 2015 we had the grand bargain in the humanitarian sector on localization. I know so many organizations, even those that are here. Christian Aid does a lot of work. Trocare, I know you guys do localization, Oxfam and so on. I also want to tell you that in my previous life I was in a UK organization and we did so many studies on localization and why it's not happening. We even did pre and after COVID, because so many things rolled back after COVID, actually. But there are also best practices that we documented in the humanitarian sector, in disability, in Kenya, Pakistan, Bangladesh, even Ukraine, if I recall well. So the conclusion I'm making here is, for loss and damage, you are not starting from scratch. You see, what we need is a central repository of this evidence, these knowledge products, so that we take lessons. Has localization be working in the humanitarian sector? What can we do? What can we learn? So I wanted to say that. I want to comment on data, because the gentleman there in the morning, you were surprised that people were saying there is data. Again, from my previous life, where I was working for a data company, the conclusion we always made is that there is data. It's just that data is everywhere. The government of Kenya commissioned us, for instance, to look for disability data. Where can we find? Because we were assisting them with an action plan. And to everyone's surprise, we found 48 sources of data. But some are in NGOs, some are in sectoral government offices, some are at the ministry, some are. So again, what is the conclusion? Push for a central repository of available data. But of course, when you say data, there are non-shareable variables. Yeah, for instance, in Somalia, the case is different because there are sensitive pieces of information that should not fall in the hands of Al-Shabaab, for instance. So there are certain things that you need to be very careful. But also to recognize that data is power. You see, who controls data controls power. And who controls power controls resources. So that is the experience that we had in Somalia, for instance. The World Food Programme has the largest data in Somalia, but they always refused to share even with their counterparts. And this is So what they did was they made it undignified for others, like the Oxfams and others, because every time they go, they knock at households to register. Identification, they call it identification, you know. So to remove that, the proposal was, can we have central repository, at least for the shareable variables? So you're talking about power dynamics here. And that can be sorted only when government is involved through the Central Statistics Authority or agency. Again, emphasizing the need for a central repository. Finally, I have not heard anyone mentioning this, but UNDRR, the UN Agency for Disaster Risk Reduction, which used to be called UNSDR or something like that, they have a database for admin level crisis data. You see, there are two, yeah? Normally you have the EMDAT. Those of you who work on disaster risk, you know you have the EMDAT. But the EMDAT is for larger disasters. But UNDRR keeps admin level data. Who is using that? Who is accessing that? Can we also contribute to that? Yeah, let me not be know it all. I stop here.
No, thank you for that contribution. I saw Philip was also burning inside.
I've realized when people pick the microphone and stand, it becomes difficult for the moderator to reclaim the microphone. But I'll not behave in such a manner. Let me first emphasize is actually data that is nuanced to support climate action. We have data, but when it comes to demonstrating climate rationale, that data becomes almost obsolete. So we really need to see how best are we nuancing that data so that it's able to give us the imperatives that we are looking for purposes of really pursuing not only funding but also being able to demonstrate our case. And I think the next few years, loss and damage will actually be sustained by our ability to demonstrate that indeed climate change, as we claim, is resulting into those losses and damages. And it's actually a cross-section of data, scientific and socio-economic. So please do not just stick without capturing the socio-political, socio-economic political data, which is also quite important in this particular regard. Number two, in terms of the same data, we are at pain in terms of some certain sectors. I know Mother is actually talking about data secrecy, but I'm also looking at the era of information and information implosion. How do you deal with data secrecy in an era of information implosion? But more usefully again, how do you ensure that the kind of evidence that we are generating is plugging into very critical spaces? You are not actually generating archival material, archival evidence, but rather you are generating a forward-looking type of evidence for the sake of influence. Because if we are not doing this, then we are going really to lose the momentum. And I want to quickly zoom I looked at the cross-section in terms of the presentation of the sessions that we had in the morning. I am a farmer, but I felt like some certain nuances are not coming out. But I also deal with matters of climate and health. But in terms of climate and health, which ordinarily will bring the social and the moral imperative for action on climate change, I still feel like we'll be locked into decades and eras of evidence generation locked by bureaucratic processes. So we need to unlock those bureaucratic processes so that we are able to get data that enables us to drive our influence in a very coherent manner and in a forward-looking manner. And this then takes me to my third point, that the evidence, the research evidence generation community and the advocacy communities cannot work in isolations. Moving forward, we need an ecosystem of actors who are not only treating data but anticipating what is supposed to come from the data so that they are able to leapfrog and put a policy influence landscape ahead of time for the same data to be applied within that landscape looking forward. Thanks.
Thank you. I think you want to say something, Mr. Chair, for the group? Or you want to appreciate?
Yeah, thank you. Just to appreciate the submissions about the central expository data, as well as having the data that can influence. I think these are some of the key points that we've picked. Yes. Yes, so those are some of the points that we've picked, and we'll add them on our submission at the end. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and I thank all of you for a very wonderful day. The children were not here, so we'll excuse them. We'll close this session, and then we go home. They will submit a written. Or are they here, the children? Oh, we went to the. Okay, I see the chair of the group was just entering. Mr. Enoch Juma, can you come in front and tell us what you discussed? I can see you look confused, but come in front. Okay, so you have your 2 minutes to tell us what you have discussed. We were giving 2 minutes each, so if you can come in front and tell us what you have discussed, not what you have discussed, what is coming out clearly. Come this side. What are the key issues from your group? 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay. So, in terms of issues of inclusivity, that was one key issue that came out. When it comes to us, we have to integrate how different people are vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Children, the youth, persons with disabilities, the different groups of marginalized. We even talked about the elderly. So we know that there is a registry where different vulnerabilities are known. So that data must be utilized in the targeting and also inform how we design the different support that is provided. Another issue is we are looking at when we have these structures in place that are being institutionalized, be it for child protection, be it for persons with disabilities, even women. We have all these women forums, for example. We would like these structures to be capacitated with be it the technical expertise but also financial support, because we can talk about these structures being in place, but if that capacity is overlooked, then there is nothing that we are doing. Oh, I still have time. Okay. The other issue that we wanted also to highlight is human rights and how it is being affected by the impacts of climate change. One aspect that we talked about was education, how it is disrupted, but all these inequalities are overlooked when it comes to the general programming of even the examination issues. So these different inequalities must be addressed, and preparedness itself preparedness itself must also come from an angle where it is properly financed. And one key issue that was emphasized, sorry, I just have to scroll a bit. Yeah. Lack of preparedness is what leaves victims of disasters seeking shelter in schools. But when we are looking at preparedness, we want it to be the different sectors must work together, because one sector is talking about the right to education, another sector is talking about provision of shelter. Yes, the disaster department wants to provide shelter, but the Ministry of Education wants to provide education. So we have to balance the two, and we have to work together towards that. Another element that we also wanted to emphasize on was on access to finance by the different vulnerable groups. We note that the financing mechanisms that are there, they are not favorable for young people. Even CSOs, they also complain about access to the same. So we are calling for a window where we can have access to finance. The youth must have access to finance. And when these opportunities come, they must find us prepared. Thank you.
Thank you, the youth, the children, the vulnerable communities, the women. I think that's their voice, the elderly. That's their voice. And I'm not sure if there's any input to that in addition to Martha. Okay, give it to you, Martha. Looks like you're burning.
No, I mean, I came here to contribute. So yeah. Thank you so much, children, and the youth, yeah, and women, youth, yes. So we need to be, Madam Moderator, you're listening. So we need to be very careful. What does inclusion mean? Because in some documents, they just list them. Women, persons with disability, and other marginalized groups. That's it. Without unpacking. You see? Even saying persons with disability, what does it mean? Because there are disabilities that are visible and well resourced, and there are disabilities that are marginalized. So we have to be very careful. That's number one. Number two, true inclusion is one that challenges power. And true inclusion is one that challenges the system to change. It's not about calling persons with disabilities to participate in your meeting, for instance. Again, another is true inclusivity is involving those that you are targeting in the whole value chain. If it is about data collection, if it is about research, from the start, from the design, the monitoring and evaluation. These hotels that have disability toilets, ramps and what? Who did they consult? The association or the union of persons with disability, for instance. So it has to be all inclusive and it has to be meaningful. One thing I forgot about localization, which is also related to this point, is there was a time we were doing research on localization in the disability sector. Much of the focus seems to be on international NGOs or UN agencies. But once NGOs and UN agencies are out of the picture, are we replacing another monster? and that is usually the national associations or national level unions. So you'll find that, for instance, in the disability localization, you have like site savers, an INGO, then it goes to the Union of Disabled People in Kenya, UDPK, and then it goes to associations of the blind, then it goes to, like at county level, then it goes to community-based organizations. So we need to also be unpacking what we mean by localization, because it has to remain about the community and those that represent communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha, and I don't see any other comments or the government. Do you have any voice to this? No? Okay, you discuss. You were part of the discussion. All right. So, colleagues, I think let's clap hands for Lisa and the group. And let's also appreciate all the presenters, the moderators, and everyone else who contributed today. I think we have come to the end of the session today. It has been very wonderful again, like we did yesterday. And just to say that the team that is consolidating and synthesizing will still have to remain here after we close, so we can have a simple discussion on how we move forward. Tomorrow is a very important day that we are going to be presenting two things. One, the roadmap to COP32 for advancing loss and damage. We know there is COP31, but this roadmap is to COP32 because there will be important decisions to be made at COP32 on loss and damage. Two, we are going to be hosting that in Africa. So that's our targets. It means we'll still have milestones that we agree on what messages we need to take to COP31. So that's number one. Number two, we are going to be adopting a communique from the 5th African Regional Conference on Loss and Damage, so which will also be a consolidation of the messages that we actually delivering today. Defining today until tomorrow, and after that we are going to be having a high-level closing ceremony, which will scheduled to start at 10. So which means we need to be here again at 8:30 so we can conclude the work regarding development of the roadmap, but also the communique. The reading will be done here after we've consolidated everything, and our dear Gloria is going to read the communique on behalf of the stakeholders here. Otherwise, having said that, I want to wish you a very wonderful evening. The day has ended and we have ended the session, and have a wonderful evening. Thank you. Goodbye. See you tomorrow. So the team of rapporteurs, you can come in front. We have a job and a half to do. It's there. You just didn't see it. It's in the UNF Our colleagues online, please, let's meet tomorrow, and also thank you so much for your contribution.